The board meeting will come to order at 5:01 p.m. Good evening, and thank you for attending the Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board meeting on March 13th, 2025. Ms. Barella, may I please get a member roll call?
Sander Bolianitz.
Present.
Eduardo Budenaro.
Present.
Aaron Calderon.
Present.
Rowan Weimark.
Present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Barella. The next order of business will... Cool. Do you need to do anything? Are we okay? Okay. The board meeting will come to order at 5:02 p.m. Good evening, and thank you for attending the Albuquerque Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board meeting on March 13th, 2025. Ms. Barella, may I please get a member roll call?
Sander Bolianitz.
Present.
Eduardo Budenaro.
Present.
Aaron Calderon.
Present.
Rowan Weimark.
Present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. The next order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next order of business will be the approval of the agenda. Do any board members have any changes as the agenda is written?
No.
I do have one proposal. I would like to move agenda item number 9, the appeal for CPC 243-24, to above our serious use of force cases, number 7. May I?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir.
No.
Ms. Parla, make a roll call vote, please.
Member Bolianitz.
Approved.
Member Budenaro.
Approved.
Member Calderon.
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Parla. With that being said, is there any additional changes to the agenda?
No.
Hearing none, I make a motion that the agenda be approved as amended. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parla, may I get a roll call vote for the overall agenda?
Member Bolianitz.
Approved.
Member Budenaro.
Approved.
Member Calderon.
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Parla. Our next order of business will be the review and approval of the minutes. Do any board members have any proposed changes to the minutes from February 13th of 2025 as they are currently written?
No.
Yeah, perfect. With that being said, I make a motion that the minutes from February 13th of 2025 be approved as written. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parla, may I get a roll call vote?
Member Bolianitz.
Approved.
Member Budenaro.
Approved.
Member Calderon.
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your motion passed unanimously.
Perfect, thank you. With that being said, the next order of business will be our public comment. We do have one in-person public comment from Chair Das from the Albuquerque Human Rights Committee, I want to say? Remember correctly?
My name is Anami Das. I'm the chair of the Oversight Human Rights Board.
Thank you.
Is this microphone live? I can't. Okay, cool.
Yep, you're good. Thank you.
Cool. So it's very nice to be here with y'all. I'm a big fan of y'all's work, and I think y'all do such important work that the city really relies on in order to have a relationship with the police that's anything other than contentious. The reason I start on that note is because of an incident that happened around a year ago where there was an officer-involved shooting where my friend Mark died. That's hard for me to say because I want to say where my friend Mark was killed, but I want to come here and not just be angry at the police. There was another situation where I wrote a report about the encampment clearings and all of that stuff, and I had a conversation with the city attorney about that report, and she criticized it because I didn't name any of the city employees who were involved in those clearings. She said I was painting with a broad brush, so we don't know which police officer or which firefighter or which solid waste employee. And I fully agree with that note. I'm not going to name them now. It's been more than a year. But in the instance where Mark was killed, where Mark died, later a tape came out and it was like a whole thing on the news about a cop saying a bunch of racist stuff. And we still don't know which cop said that. So for all I know, every cop I see killed my friend racistly and then had that conversation. That's not helping with the dynamic between cops and the citizenry. The citizenry, I don't know what that word means. Another instance, and I'm sorry if I'm going on and on, but when Solo Garcia was killed in the back of a cop car, the footage came out from APD, and I was able to identify the officer that killed him during that incident, I should say. I knew that officer because he had been a problem in the area around the syringe service where I used to work. And where was I going with all that? Oh, so I looked into his, like I Googled him, essentially. And I found out that we both worked at Agora Crisis Center in like the early 2020s, meaning that somewhere there's a line between a syringe service employee, meaning someone who is there to serve people who use drugs, and cops. And we come with a shared motivation of wanting to help people who are in crisis. And we want to keep people safe and we want to keep people healthy. It's just that the route that he went involved emergency rescue and then took a turn toward cops. And the route I went was into studying psych and then drugs and then harm reduction. And it's taken me over a year, or not over a year, over half a year, to be able to empathize to that level with someone who, in my mind, I hated. I'm lucky enough that I don't really interact with cops that much anymore. And so I had that year gap between my friend's death and making this comment right now. But how long is it before a cop has to come back to their job after they've hurt someone or caused someone harm? That same officer had an officer-involved shooting prior to me learning who he was. And I think he came back too soon. And he came back with a charge, or not a charge, like the energy, I assume, was different. I don't know about before. But I don't know if that officer was ready. I don't know if any officer is ready, because I don't know if any human could be ready to return to the same job that involved harming someone in that way, whether or not it was necessary. I'm not commenting on the prior. I'm not necessarily commenting on any of the shootings. What I am commenting on is the mental health of people who constantly have to hear public commenters say how much they hate them. That hurts. And I can't imagine trying to keep a level head with someone saying that to me. And I think our officers need more support and need more time away from the field to deal with that sort of thing. This is an idea I mentioned right after Solo's death, and it's something I've heard more and more of in the community. So I don't know if y'all are the audience, or if these folks are the audience, or if the people behind me are the audience for that suggestion. But it's taken a lot out of me to make this comment. Please take that recommendation seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Doss. To give some insight onto that, APD does have a policy of an officer being involved in an OIS or any of those severe circumstances. They do have to go through certain channels and certain methods before they do our return back to work. They do have to do a mental eval, I believe. They have to do a couple of qualifications prior to that, and as well, I believe even their chain of command up to their sergeant or the commander has the final authority to allow them back to work, right? So there is a program in it. That is a big thing that we do emphasize in, is that the mental health aspect, right? Because they do encounter situations that are not favorable, right? And when you do have a general public or a basis of public that are essentially, you know, not against you, but just not in your favor, it makes your job harder, right? So we do take that seriously. Mental health is a big thing across the board for any public service position, but especially officers, like you said, they do encounter certain things that most people do not. And so we always will keep that in consideration, and for future, that's always in the back of our minds. So thank you for that. Board members?
One quick, I'm sorry, what was your name again? Anami? Cool name. Hey, I got to commend you for coming up and speaking. That's quite commendable. I'm glad you're concerned. But there's really not a person in this room, police officer or board members or members of the CPOA, that just feel exactly the same way you do. We happen to have more insight into some of the things that police are facing each and every day. And most importantly, I'm very sorry for the loss of your friend. And again, commend you for coming out and speaking.
I have a question of the police personnel that are here. After an officer-involved shooting, an officer is placed on leave. How long for?
It's all say stand by for a minute. It does, but GovTV might yell at us.
No, just kidding. We do have that policy in place. We've actually modified the policy to where it can be anywhere between 3 and 21 days that the officer comes back. And really, it's not even necessarily that the officer comes back. It's they have that amount of time to take care of the things that we at least mandate them to do prior to coming back. If an officer feels like they are not ready to come back emotionally or from a mental health perspective, that is something that we are sympathetic to. Absolutely. Some officers, just, you know, relative to their psychological disposition, can come back quicker than others. Some take a little bit more time. Either way, there's no judgment on either end from the actual department. But there is a time frame that they do have to get some things done, so when they are ready to come back to work, then they can come back to work and we can see what type of services that we can provide for them, whether it is riding with somebody for a little while as opposed to just riding alone, riding solo, or any other type of services. But we do have that policy in place, and we're sympathetic to, like I said, whatever the officer may be struggling with from an emotional perspective or a mental health perspective.
Perfect. Thank you, Commander.
Sure.
Anything, sir? Perfect. Chair Doss, thank you again for your comment. We appreciate it. With that being said, we're going to move to our next order of business, which will be the reports from city departments. First up will be APD for the Ambassador Program, Lieutenant Jennifer Garcia.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Garcia with the APD Ambassador Program. I work for our Compliance and Oversight Bureau. Thank you for having me here and for allowing me to share a little bit about what the Ambassador Program is and what we do. So I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about the history of the program. In 2020, we had our world changed. We'll just say that. We were dealing with COVID. We had several very high-profile shootings in the country. Actually, not shootings, I'm sorry, killings. We had Breonna Taylor. Shortly thereafter, we had George Floyd. And that affected not only the locations where those killings occurred, but they also affected every place in the country, to include Albuquerque. With that, we also had, as you can expect every year, we do have some officer-involved shootings here. As a result, I think we kind of mixed the national incidents with the COVID, that turned into a lot of demonstrations for numerous days, months on end. And with that, our chief reached out to a lot of the organizers of the demonstrations. We typically do that, but he saw a need to try and rebuild and repair some of those relationships. It's really unfortunate, but understandable that sometimes when something happens, even if it's not in New Mexico or in Albuquerque, if it happens someplace else, it affects here. And some of the relationships that we thought weren't fractured became incredibly fractured. Some of those that were fractured and we were not aware of came to light. So the chief worked with those organizers, and out of that, he developed the ambassador program. There were several goals of the ambassador program, but the primary goals were to build trust with our community, to show the human side of law enforcement, and I believe the previous comment or individual or public comments kind of shared some of that there is another side that people don't always think about that. So I do appreciate that. To integrate our communities and to become a voice for minority groups. We identified 10 minority groups with those, and I don't know if you can see the PowerPoint.
We can.
So of those 10 minority groups, as you can see, a lot of them have historically not had interaction with law enforcement or have had negative interaction. A lot of them are marginalized communities, and they frequently or in the past have not had a voice with law enforcement. Some because nobody calls the cops, or rarely do they call the cops to say, hey, my kid made honor roll, we're having a great day. We get called in crisis or to solve a problem. If you also look at these communities, one thing you'll see is that there's a lot of intersectionality. So most people can be a member of at least 2 of these communities, 3, 4, 5 communities. So there's intersectionality, and we weren't always focusing on the way that those interact. We decided to, the chief gave me kind of free rein on this. We decided to reach out to our officers and figure out who of those officers would be interested. They had to submit a letter of interest to us. And we did receive initially a lot of interest for the program. We explained to them what would be expected, and then we did interviews. And the interviews, what we wanted to do is figure out who would be a good fit. Because just because somebody wants to do something doesn't mean that they'll be a good fit or they're the right person for it. So we took that very seriously. Because I wanted to be completely transparent and give the program some credibility, we had Dr. Harold Bailey from the NAACP, who recently passed, develop the questions for the interviews. I did not want them to come from me. I did not want them to come from our executive staff, because we may be unconsciously biased or be looking for a certain person, and this is a community program. So who we wanted to show up is who the community wanted. We also had Dr. Bailey sit in on the interviews. Now, he did not ask the questions, but he was present, and at the conclusion of the interviews, he did provide his feedback on every individual. We were very fortunate that we had a wonderful group to choose from, and we made the selections and we assigned every person to a community group. Some community groups have multiple ambassadors because there's a huge need. As you can tell, for example, ADA community, that's a huge community. So we work with multiple facets within that community, and it's overwhelming for one person. Same with faith-based. So some of the groups do have multiple ambassadors. Some do not. We were then trained by Office of Equity and Inclusion on some sensitivity areas. And then in May of 2021, we did go live with the program. Had a press conference, And as you can see, the picture above, we have who is now Counselor Rogers, who was there, who helped us implement the program. We have some of the community members from Black New Mexico Movement who were initially involved in some of the demonstrations that helped us. So they were all present for the launching of the program, and some of them are still very involved. And I believe Dr. Harold Bailey is up there. With that, we started reaching out to groups. Sometimes that's kind of hard because if you don't know who's out there, who do you reach out to? So we were going on Google, we were asking friends, we were relying on the contacts, the positive contacts we did make, or we did already have. All of the ambassadors were directed to go and share information about the program and to ask the community what they want. Officers are type A personalities and we are problem solvers. We are called to calls to solve a problem. We are not called to a house to just have a casual conversation. So the one big thing with this program is we do not go into the community and tell them what we think they need unless they ask us. We go in and ask them what their needs and wants are. What do you want from us as officers specifically for this program? How can we help you? We may have a totally different idea, but this isn't our program. It is a community program. So that's the purpose of that. Some of the things they have to do, and I understand that you all have access to the policy, so I'm not gonna recite that, but they are citywide. Sometimes that gets a little confusing because our officers, this is a collateral position. It is not their full-time job. Every single person here has a regular job and they do this in addition to what they're already doing. If they are assigned to the Southwest Area Command, they are and an ambassador for the ADA community, they are an ambassador for the entire ADA community. So this is not area command specific. They have to make monthly contacts with the community groups or organizations they work with. That could be through email, that could be in person, that could be a meeting, a phone call. It's really dependent on each community group and their wants and needs. They attend events. They assist in the recruitment of minorities to help diversify the department. They go out to the community and they get information about their individual groups and they bring it back to the department, and that is shared in monthly meetings with myself. If it needs to be passed up to the executive staff, it is. And then it could also be included in training, just depending on what that information is. And then, like I said earlier, we do provide information to the community if they request, but only if they request. We're not there to tell them what they need. So as you can see, it is very tailored to each group because not all groups want the same thing, and not even every group within a community, within the same community designation wants the same thing. We have some groups that say, you know what, we're still a little upset with you guys. Please don't call us. We'll reach out when we need something. And they do. And every so often we'll get an email or a phone call saying, hey, can you do this for me? Absolutely, we will. But they don't want us to contact them every month. We have other ones that want us to attend everything every month. So it's tailored to the needs. It's really hard to do a policy on that because you don't want to put mandates, impose our mandates on the community. And I'm just going to give you a couple of examples of what we have done through the ambassador. So we have worked with the New Mexico Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing. This came out of an incident that did not occur here, but where a traffic stop, because there was a communication barrier, turned into use of force, and they were concerned. So they said, you know, before that happens here, why don't we work with APD and develop something? So we have developed placards, and I apologize, I don't have any to show you, for the different types of hard of hearing, whether it be deaf and hard of hearing, they can speak, how they best communicate. We did a training for all department personnel. They also did a training for all of their members on how to interact with us if there's a traffic stop and what to do if the officer shows up and does not have the placard to communicate. Took a long time. That was actually a multi-year effort, but we got it done. We've worked with the NAACP to deliver food boxes to some of the other ambassador communities. NAACP has actually sponsored those and purchased the items for us. We have gone shopping with people from Lutheran Family Services for the refugee community, but it was all paid for by NAACP as part of a partnership. We've worked with the Mexican consulate to develop signage for the back of the patrol cars. A lot of the people that we come into contact with are Spanish-speaking only, and so now all of our marked patrol cars have some signage in Spanish with the number for the Mexican consulate. So if you're a Mexican national, you have that information. With Lutheran Family Services, every time, because we are a sanctuary city, every time that they bring refugees in and there's a new group, we go and we talk to them about the law. We have laws here in America that in other countries, things aren't illegal. And so we want to give them the heads up and let them know. So it's educating them to avoid putting them in a situation where they commit a crime unknowingly. And then the picture up here, this was a program that I was able to get grant funded for. It was Raising Highly Capable Kids, and it's a nationwide program. We were able to get the grant to train several officers, and not all of these officers are ambassadors, but they all are Spanish-speaking officers. Our two of our Hispanic community ambassadors led the program. It was a 13-week program. We worked with San Jose Parish, which does have a lot of Spanish-speaking. It is primarily a Spanish-speaking church. And when their kids were in catechism, we went and, I don't want to say we facilitated the agenda, helping the parents learn how to better parent their students. So what was really cool about this is that this was done completely in Spanish. At the end, this was the graduation photo. So we did a formal graduation ceremony and gave them certificates for completing the program, because 13 weeks is a very long time. We were hoping to have 12 to 15 parents and hoping to get at least one male in the program, and we had, I think we graduated over 38. So that was great success. Also community support. So not only have we gone out to the community, but through some of these relationships, the community has participated in some things with us. We have a cultural awareness symposium that is fairly new for each incoming cadet class. They spend some time at the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. There is a panel where they get to ask questions. And then at the end of the day, they go back to the academy, and a lot of the organizations that we work with go and they kind of round table. They'll put maybe 5 cadets together, and they'll go talk to Job Corps and learn about Job Corps. They'll go talk to NAACP and learn about some of the things that they need to from their Center for Deaf and Hard of Hearing, Alzheimer's Association. It varies how many of the organizations show up, but we are hoping to grow that so that before they, at the beginning of their academy, they're already familiar with some of the things that they need to know and some of the things to be sensitive, because when you're responding to the same call, the same part of town, dealing with the same things, sometimes we become desensitized, and so it's to help remind them, not to let their work-related experiences change who they are. The NAACP has hosted 2 recruiting events for us, focusing on minorities. They have planned it in collaboration with us, but they have taken that on to help us recruit minorities. And then just finally, we have 21 ambassadors plus myself to date. 2 of those are on military, but we're still looking to grow the program. If you ever need an ambassador, this is the website on the City of Albuquerque webpage. So if you just go to the police and community engagement and outreach, then it lists each ambassador. There's a little bio about them and what community they serve. So you know who to reach out to. And if not, I'm also on there, and you can always reach out to me. I don't know if you have any questions, but.
We're super grateful and amazed by the program that you have, because you guys are actively going out there to reach out to these communities, right? And to tell them that you want to form a partnership on their terms, technically, right? Like you said, some do not want to be involved in the moment, right? So no questions from me, but just praise for you and the officers. actually, I do have a question, it's a lie. You have 21 officers now, 2 on leave. What would be your goal for how many officers you would love to have, right?
Well, I would love to have 50, but, you know, that's actually something that I know Chief of Staff Hernandez is working on, is what is the number that we should allot for the program.
I mean, you're halfway there-ish. You're about 45% there, right? So it's a good start.
Yes.
Do any board members have any questions?
Of course I have one.
Sir.
Just out of curiosity, what's kind of the turnover rate for these ambassadors? Like, how often do you have to conduct new interviews with new ambassadors, or kind of turnover?
No, that's an excellent question. And we have had some turnover. In fact, recently we just took on, when I say recently, in the last couple months, 6 ambassadors, because we did have a lot of turnover. We have had some retirements. And some people just leave the department. We now, when it started, we did not offer it to civilians. We do have our non-sworn personnel, our professional staff that are eligible. Currently, we have 1. For the most part, we have not had a lot of turnover until recently. During the interviews, the one thing that everybody that's been selected has had in common is that most of them are doing this work in some capacity anyways. And that's kind of what we want, is somebody who's already dedicated to this and passionate about it. Like I said, I think I told you at the beginning, I'm native to Albuquerque. I'm born and raised in Albuquerque, so I am passionate about this. And not all of our ambassadors are born and raised here, but you know, for an immigrant community, maybe it's best that you're not. But to be passionate and to be involved, that's really the importance. And I do believe that's why we don't have the turnover, because they were doing this on their own time anyways.
Great. No, I mean, I feel bad that you guys had to get turnover, but I'm glad you're getting more people interested, right? That's great. What is your kind of ideal for, you know, getting more of the community and these community groups active, right? What are one of the things that you're looking for more community engagement?
Ooh, that's a tough question, sir. I think a lot of it is just being willing and available to share information about us to the community and share information about the community they serve to us. As I said in the beginning, there were relationships we didn't know were fractured. So we had to go sit down on panels and listen to some pretty rough things repeatedly. But at the same time, it's good to hear, because if we don't know that, like I said, we didn't know some of these relations, or I didn't know some of them were fractured, or that there was concerns such as these. So I think a lot of it's just communication. Communicating with us, let us know what is needed, what's missing, what we're doing well, but also where we need to improve. Because every community group is different, and even within community groups, they are different. And so we don't want to lump them all into one. We need to know how to better serve our public. That's just a communication issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm glad you're, for the lack of a better term, taking the lumps of sitting down and hearing this stuff, like the public speaker, you know, hearing that and taking that to heart. Well, another question that I have is, you know, you're working with these community groups across the city. You know, I'm curious of the engagement you guys have with the CPCs too, right? Because they're more area command specific, but even I'm not sure exactly what some of these communities are more centrally located in some area commands than others, right? So, you know, what are you guys doing alongside the CPCs to foster this program?
Thank you for that question. When the program first started, we did spend a lot of time with the CPCs, or much more than we do now, I should say. We have done presentations at some of the CPC meetings and have shared tables with them. Kelly has been great about that when we've gone to some of the, I'm blanking on the word. In the summer, I want to say town halls, but they're not town halls. Okay, town halls, we'll use that. But we do go to some town halls and connect with them that way. We table at events. Sometimes, like I said, Kelly's let us use their table. Sometimes we have a table side by side. So we do try to maintain contact. Plus, with the community and, sorry, not community, compliance and oversight portion of my job, I do work very closely with the CPCs.
Then I assume you also work closely with ACS as well, right? Because I mean, these minority groups plus mental health crisis, right? All this stuff is very helpful when they're raw, so to speak.
We don't work as much with ACS because they do have a very specific mission, as do we.
Mhm.
And they respond to calls, and the ambassador program does not respond to calls. It's more of an outreach, an engagement, more event-based as opposed to a response.
Okay. So would you do engage, like when ACS does do outreach events, because I think they do like 100 Days of Summer and some other things, is that kind of a good opportunity for you guys to get plugged in?
Yes, we actually have a contract employee who does work with us for, who is our representative on 100 Days of Summer. And we are involved, I should say we don't work with them, but we are involved in many of the same events.
Cool. Okay.
We see them at the events, but we don't go out with them.
No, right, absolutely, yeah,
So,
it just was more of like the actual events. Not
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Cool. No, thank you for this. I think that's great. I think, you know, as someone who's in the community too, first time I'm kind of seeing some of this, so it's great to see, and I want to see it more out there, right, for the different communities out there within Albuquerque.
Thank you. Thank you for
Any
your
other
time.
questions? Any other questions? Perfect. CPOA? Thank you, Lieutenant Garcia. We appreciate your time. With that, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which will be number 2, Internal Affairs Force Professional Standards, IAPS Internal Affairs Professional Standards, briefing from Interim Commander Johnston.
Good evening, everybody. All right. Again, my name is Ken Johnston. I recently was promoted to full commander, so that was not very long ago. So it's been
So
a pleasure
sorry.
being here for a long time and finally getting that. So thank you. Let's see. For us in IAPS, we are at the month of February. We opened 93 total cases. We completed 121 cases. So that we're getting a little bit ahead of what we're getting in with that one. A lot of those were area command cases because of those open. 61 went to the area commands and 66 were completed by the area commands. We still have about 162 cases to complete. 90 of those are assigned to Internal Affairs Professional Standards, and the other group of that, 72, are out the area commands as of that month. We are at an average day completion of 70 days for our cases total right now, and that's an average from short timelines to our very long timelines. We still have cases hitting about 119, 118 days, but that's the exception, not the rule. But we are trying to keep cases on a much timelier schedule because it's more fair for everyone involved in making sure that we're getting everything done timely and that it's not getting forgotten and that we're giving people closure. So, is there any questions that I can answer for the board?
Any questions? Comments? Sir? No questions, sir.
right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
But
Have a great day.
congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations on the promotion. We will fix that, I promise.
No worries.
Moving on to our next agenda item will be number 3, from the Internal Affairs Force Division, briefing from Commander Norris.
Good evening. The use of force events for February of 25. So this month was actually a little bit different than the prior months that I presented to you in that usually our highest number of uses of force are between the Southeast Area Command and the Valley Area Command. This month was somewhat different. Actually, Northeast came out on top. When I say on top, just with the most uses of force for the Area Command with 12, with a ground total of 12 for the month of February. That's as opposed to Southeast, who had 5, and Valley, who had 5. So don't really know the reason for that, but it is something of note, just because it is just not really common. Valley and Southeast have always been the Area Command where we have the most uses of force. We did have a it looks like it's been a steady decrease actually since January in total uses of force throughout the entire city. So, I'm sorry, since December. So in December, we had 60 total uses of force. In January, we had 47. And in February, we had 40. So there has been a decrease in the use of force, or in the uses of force that we have been engaging in or getting involved in. Let me go down. Sorry, I'm scrolling down on my computer here. The force rate per 1,000 calls for service. We had the highest number of calls, like I said, in the Northeast as far as uses of force, and those were 2.6 calls per 1,000 calls for service is when the Northeast Area Command ended up getting into use of force. Excuse me. Total arrests for area commands, well, our force rate per 100 arrests were 4.5 for the Northeast Area Command, and for the Foothills Area Command, it was 4.3, so they were shortly behind Northeast. We had 17 uses of force with individuals between the ages of 30 and 39. The next number was 12 with individuals between the ages of 20 and 29. 35% of our uses of force involve somebody suffering from a behavioral and or mental health crisis. And also a little different from months past, our uses of force for the call types that we were on, we had 7 uses of force for a disturbance and 7 for family disputes. Usually we'll see a lot of our uses of force with like on-site suspicions, but we only had 2 last month. So that was a little bit of an outlier as well. The vast majority, overwhelming majority of our uses of force all have to do with some sort of empty hand control or empty hand technique. We were involved in 3 officer-involved shootings in the month of February, all currently active investigations that IFD is investigating. Recently, at the beginning of this month, March 1st, I inherited the level 1 use of force team. So prior to me absorbing them, they fell under our compliance division, but now they fall under Police Reform Bureau. So I have 6 new detectives and 2 new sergeants that are strictly dedicated to investigating level 1 uses of force. The total, so I'm going to break it down between level 1 and then level 2s and 3s, right? The level 2 and 3 group. Level 1 group had a total of 11 completed investigations. Their average day to completion was 13.4 days. Minimum was 8 days, and maximum was 17 days. As opposed to my level 2 and 3 group, we had 39 investigations that were completed. Average days to completion were 88.7. Minimum was 76. And a maximum of 119 days, just a day under the 120-day limit if we get that extension approved from my chain of command. Also good news is the uses of, as I mentioned, uses of force were down for last month, but we only had 1 out of policy use of force last month. So those numbers look good to us, and I will stand for any questions.
Stand by. Do any questions on this side? I know he has questions.
Okay.
I have to say, the Northeast jumped out at me right away
Yeah.
when I read the report, and I was, perhaps as you were, surprised.
Sure.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, just a little bit surprised. I'd actually have to get with Commander Nelson to see if they were, usually what we'll see, if we see a jump in increases of use of force is an increased proactive policing. You know, maybe addressing certain issues within the area command that they address proactively as opposed to reactively, you know, getting calls for service and things like that, and actually going out there and maybe doing some, I guess, specifically concentrated police work or strict enforcement on something.
Any further? No? Thank you, ma'am.
I did actually have a couple of questions here. So you did mention that these are the use of forces are down for this month, and I know you do the 12 months, but if you're looking at an 18 to 24 month period, are the trends still on a downward slope, or are they just kind of stagnant and level? Just out of
I'm not
curiosity.
looking at an 18 to 24 month period right now. I
Okay.
could get those numbers for you, but I don't have that answer.
Yeah, I just was curious because I was like, because I see the trends and I'm like, okay, are we trending steady up, down? I'm just wanting to see overall. And then the other question I had was with the new level 1 unit and the level 2 and 3 units. I have my assumption is, but I'm curious, is with the new levels and staffing, are you guys able to move some staffing or to help kind of lower the completion rates of level 2s and 3s, or just due to the nature and complexity of level 2s and 3s, it just takes longer?
That's part of it. Due to the level 2s and 3s, they just take longer. Level 2 and 3 investigations, there's much more required that goes into that investigation. Level 1 is actually a review of the use of force. So if you were to take a level 1 investigation or a level 1 review and compare it to maybe a level 2, you would see, a stark contrast between the content, a lot of things kind of go into that. Now, right now, we're not going to say, hey, level 1, since you guys don't have, that much of a caseload, you need to start doing level 2s and level 3s. Right now, they don't have the training or the experience. Also, level 1s right now, they are in, as well as IAFD, level 2, level 3s. We're in operational compliance, but they're basically in self-monitoring mode. So we're gonna let well enough alone be for right now. Once we kind of complete the settlement agreement, then we'll start looking at kind of seeing what we can do, how we can modify level 1 investigations, maybe how we can modify level 2 and 3 investigations as well, not to be so voluminous, but still to be thorough and make sure that we're making the right calls on those.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my assumption of what it was. But I just at least wanted to at least ask the question.
Yeah,
Because
so-
somebody's going to look at it and go, what the heck? And
Right. The other thing too that we have to think about is we don't want to, level 1s, their due dates, their timelines are much different than our timelines. I really don't want to start confusing those timelines, our level 1 timelines with our 2s and 3s, getting a detective or an investigator confused along with a sergeant, because really, I mean, it's you miss a timeline with a use of force investigation. It is, for lack of a better term, a cardinal sin.
Yeah.
You cannot do that. So I'm not going to risk it right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
understandable. I at least wanted to at least ask the
Yeah,
question.
no, that's a valid question. It's a valid question.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate your time. Moving on to our next agenda item will be under section B, so ACS. Mr. Jeffrey Bustamante from the Deputy Director. How are you, sir? You threw us off on the sides.
I'm on the opposite side. They were working on that side. Well, I could make it awkward, but I won't. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Really excited to be here again. A lot of exciting announcements, but I'll keep it kind of brief. Sorry that we didn't miss last month. I know it's one of those things we're seeing more triple and quadruple book nights, but really maximizing it. So we don't have our February report yet, but when we do, I'll make sure to get it sent over so it can get distributed. I would say overall trends are what you would expect them to be. Unsheltered neighbors are our largest call volume. And then you get the wellness checks, welfare checks, everything else behind that. Not a surprise to us. We are a behavioral health crisis department. There's behavioral health crises on the streets. So that's what prompts that. Outside of that, we're gearing up to get ready for another summer of nonviolence. We've started meeting with county, a bunch of events around that. And really what we're looking to do is not just host a happy, safe space, gather what data we can, but also this year, really do some bolstering into the community resilience side of it to make sure that we're bringing the resources and the rest that people might find beneficial, even if they're not saying, oh, I went to learn about X or Y or to get access to X or Y. Almost some very light case management of, hey, this stuff could really help you, but to start the ball rolling. Outside of that, we are right around our 100,000th call. It'll be any day now since our birth in September of 2021. To celebrate, we will be having on the 29th, that Saturday, a community celebration for it at our headquarters from 1 to 4 p.m. So, of course, invite everybody here. Would love to see you. We'll have food, games. We might even have a cakewalk, which are always a lot of fun. That's the next big event for us. And then, of course, getting into April, we're already in budget season, of course, and I'm sure you'll hear more about that later. But in the thick of budget season as well. And then April, the committee of the whole and everybody else will be meeting and we'll be ready to tackle that. Overall, our winter transportation has been really successful through this season. We'll have final numbers once it wraps. We're expecting right around the end of the month. As you might expect on the lighter nights or on the nights that are warmer, they're lighter in volume for us, but we were glad to be there and then provide transportation, especially on those colder nights. Outside of that, it's really just forging ahead and working through the year, but I'm happy to answer any questions folks might have.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, ma'am.
With the colder nights, and there's a very cold night coming, I think, with the weather forecast, do you gear up a little more? Do you bulk out your staff a little more, or do you work on the same level?
Chair Member Wymark, we don't do more typically because it usually meets the need where it's at with our, we have the whole van and the pacing has worked out well even on the colder ones. If for some reason, let's say we saw, what it was about 13, 14 years ago, where even in town things were getting down to -30, -40, citywide there would be a response around that and we would be a piece of that. We were when there was flooding last year. We actually did some stuff around and some sharing of information around the really awful winds we saw last week, all of that. So you'll see a larger city response and we'll all kind of gear up for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Sir?
I do have one. I know you guys are kind of still located in the southeast here, and you guys are opening up satellite office branches in the different area commands. How is that coming along?
Thank you for the question. It is, and I apologize, sometimes I forget my Robert's rules. So it's coming along really well. So we have one facility that's still in the southeast, 5006 Gibson, that is we really prioritize getting into the space because when we were first contemplated, the thought of our violence prevention and intervention division as part of the overall program was kind of thought it was VIP, but it wasn't all these other things, was school-based and everything else, wasn't fully contemplated. So when they designed our headquarters, as soon as we built that division out, we were kind of already bigger than our headquarters. So that gives us another space. Like I said, the priority was just move in ready and use the space. There's some long-term vision that we would love to see to get it trauma-informed, and especially given the nature of the clients we're serving, domestic violence victims and the rest. Outside of District 6, though, we are right now, as part of the build with the Southwest Public Safety Center, way out there on the west side near Atrisco Academy. That should be coming live this year, and that's a combo facility actually with our partners in police and fire as well. So each of us will have a building there. Ours, I think, is about 2,300 square feet, big round numbers, and we'll all have that. Of course, we will always kind of keep an eye on where we can get to across the city, but financially and availability of spaces, always the question around that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just was curious on the status.
Any other additional questions? CPUA? No? Perfect. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Appreciate your time. We will be moving on to line item C. So from the city attorney, Ms. Lindsay Roseborough. I'm glad you're back.
Good evening, board. Thank you. Happy to be back. I have a couple of just very brief updates for you all. As of February 1st of 2025, we are in the 22nd monitoring period for CASA. As a reminder, it's every 6 months. We are in a new monitoring period. That means the 21st monitoring period wrapped up at the end of January. And we can expect that report to be filed on April 14th. We're hoping to have a court date in May. We are still hoping to have a court date in May, but that has not officially been set yet. Of course, we'll pass along the information once we have that scheduled. But as of right now, it is not scheduled. That is all for my CASA updates. I did have one further update for the board that I thought may be of interest. Through the CAO's office, the city attorney's office did issue guidance to city employees regarding how to deal with immigration actions. The city, as noted earlier, is has an immigrant-friendly policy in place. It's been in place since 2018. And in fact, the city attorney's office set up essentially a hotline for any questions from city employees about how to deal if, in fact, there was to be immigration authorities were to appear at city property or a city facility. So that was issued. And of course, for the board's purpose, that guidance is also for the police as well. And I'll stand for any questions. I don't have any other updates other than that.
Thank you. Board members? CPOA? No? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda item would be letter D. City Council, Mr. Chris Sullivan, Council Services.
Thank you, Chair Calderon, Board. Chris Sylvan, City Council Services. No updates this month. No legislation that you'd be interested in hearing about. A lot of legislation going through, but the one piece that's specific to, civilian police oversight and law enforcement was pulled recently, so no reason to talk about that. The other update I have is we're still working on trying to get that 5th board member. To be quite honest, because I know that we're live and on TV, we've exhausted a lot of our bench, and in fact, I've shared applicants with Mr. Mensa, who will probably bring that up as well, because he's looking for applicants for the CPC. So this is my ask that people that are listening can apply to be on the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board or the CPCs. But hopefully next month when I meet again, I'll say, hey, we've got somebody in the hopper. So that is my report. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Board members? Ali, Deputy Director, can we post on our Facebook about the vacancy? I think you posted it, was it earlier this week or last week that you may have posted about it?
Yes, Chair, I did.
Can you post it again, please?
Sure.
Stand by on that one. Sir.
Sorry, Chair, Board, I just did remember something. Our PIO has been pushing it out on social media as well, so we've been hitting the floor, and it's not the expression I want to use, but we've been getting out in the atmosphere for that, so.
Thank you. And thank you, Deputy Director.
Yes, Chair, I'll make sure to repost it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And, sir, what'd you say?
Oh, I was saying, if we had anything for our social media, not just Facebook, right? Because I don't want it to just be Facebook only, but all the social medias, right? Because don't we have a Twitter too? And
Deputy Director?
Chair Member Bullianitz, right now we're just using Twitter. We're not using any other social media means, but we are working on revamping our community engagement program. So hopefully we'd be utilizing other social media platforms.
Thank you. Perfect. Moving on to the next agenda item will be line item E from the CPCs, Mr. Kelly Mensa.
Okay, good evening,
Thank you,
Honorable
sir.
Chair Calderon, Honorable Board, City of Albuquerque employees, officers, everyone else, and everyone watching at home. We've had a busy time since the middle of February, and we're trying to get a few things new done that are going to work out in our favor with the Community Policing Council. We just did a series with the Mayor's Advisory Council, Metro Homelessness Initiative. They are doing a lot of good things with the city now. They now have 5 homeless shelters for different purposes, different people, and in different areas of the city. And they came on and discussed that with us, the budgeting programs to get people off the street and what qualifies as homeless and a lot of other things. So they hit all 7 CPCs, and there was lots of interesting discussion amongst the community. In the Southwest, KRQE just happened to show up that night. They sent me a email an hour before, and they came with a cameraman, and they, of course, got all the people yelling about how bad homelessness is and that kind of stuff. And they never mentioned the CPC, but I guess it was no publicity is bad publicity, right? Like they say, right? But in any event, our other presentation this month was what the city's doing in law enforcement at the legislature. And there are 3 to 4 bills that the city is looking into. And Xochitl Campos Biggs came on and she did the presentation actually from the legislature. She said, this is what we did today and this is what we're going to be working on next week. And it came out pretty interesting. I guess there's 2 more weeks of the session, so maybe we can get a wrap up from her. As Mr. Sylvan said, because of his hard work over the last 6-7 years, we had 136 applicants to the CPOA over the last so many years. He sent them to me. I sent information out and said, hey, you should join the CPC. And, you know, it was not extremely fruitful. I think we're going to get 2 people out of it. But I guess after years, you know, people move on to the next realm and they change their email addresses. A lot of people responded to me and said, well, we moved years ago. So, you know, it was one of those things, but we tried. And if we get 2 people, that's better than none. Let's see. We are doing an experiment, I think I mentioned last month, in the university command, in which we're going to actually go over the standard operating procedures. We canceled our meeting this month. They're trying to figure out whether they want to go monthly or bi-monthly, which is, if they go bi-monthly, obviously that's not a possibility, but we're going to try to figure that out next week. We are back to meetings at all 7 councils. For the meantime, we got to a low of 1 council member in the Northeast, and we got another one, and we have 3 more applicants, so hopefully we'll be up to the official minimum, which is 5, and that'll bring everybody up. We've got 4 in the Southeast, and we're trying to work on that one as well. It's a mixed bag as far as how interested people are, but we're keeping the meetings going. And we've got up to 10 in the foothills, so that's good. We got back on the YCPC train. We're having a dinner meeting in 2 weeks. We're going to invite some young people from the community. We have 5, I think, now who are going to come. They're going to tell us what they want out of the Youth Community Policing Council, what would work, what would be interesting, and what would bring them coming back, and what would be relevant for the young people's community, because I have no idea. I'm a little beyond that. Even though I live with 2 kids, it's probably not my strong suit. So we're going to get the young people to tell us about this one. We're looking to upgrade our, also with the YCPC, Byron Padrell, Angela Ryland, our youngest member, and I addressed the APD Student Council last week. So that was a good deal. We had 15 minutes to tell them about everything we did, which is not a lot of time. And we give out our information, and hopefully we get some from that, because those are the actual smart kids. I told them I graduated with a 1.7, and then, you know, I don't know if that was good or not, but it's true, so I said it. We're looking to upgrade our audio facilities, and that is going to be purchasing new microphones, possibly a mixing board. We're going to have to get the stuff and then figure out how it actually works. I've done this, but many years ago, so. We get a lot of complaints on not being able to hear. We've got 1 microphone that's attached to the camera in the middle of the room. It's supposed to have a 16-foot range, but it's probably functionally a little less than that. So we're looking to upgrade and get a good sound. So hopefully people will tune in, and there'll be 1 less excuse, even though we really want people to come to the meetings in person, give it that cozy feel. So that's my report. I stand for questions.
Perfect, thank you. Only one thing for like the youth CPC. Have you guys tried directly reaching out to high school student government bodies?
Yeah, we're doing that now. We're reaching out to to the, what do they call it, the principals, one at a time, though. You know, it might be a pipe dream, but I don't want it to grow too big too quickly either, you know.
APS does hold a annual conference, so does the state of New Mexico, but APS does too, where all their student governments from all their different high schools
Okay,
show up to one high school for like a 2-day seminar slash activity, and I think it's like April, May, I think. But it might be something that might benefit you because those are students already involved in their
right,
school politics.
yeah.
And so it might be something that they're looking for outside of school as well.
Okay, I'll look that up and hopefully we can make that happen.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from board members? No. Sir, CPOA? Perfect.
All right.
Appreciate your brief, sir. Thank you.
Have a good evening, I should say.
You as well, sir. Thank you. Moving on to the next agenda line item will be line item F from the mayor's office, Mr. Doug Small. I don't believe he's here, so we will move on. Next line item will be line item G from the CPOA, Executive Director Diane McDermott.
Thank you, Chair. The CPOA has received 63 complaint intakes from February 1st to February 28th. 14 of those were assigned for investigation between the CPOA and ones appropriately or already with the IE division. 34 were driving complaints that were resolved with the employee's supervisor, and 15 were miscellaneous, where either insufficient information was received, it was determined that APD personnel were not involved, or the complainant was resolved to the citizen's satisfaction through information, things like that. We received 4 commendations, and all of our commendations for the last 5 years will be uploaded onto our website. We had a lull during that time, but now we've gotten them organized and put them back up. We're putting them in, matching our semi-annual reports as opposed to a monthly kind of thing. All of the personal identifiers, though, are redacted just for the safety of the individuals. The IMR report of 22 will be coming out soon, as Ms. Lindsay Roseborough had said. We expect the same 4 paragraphs regarding timelines and resources to probably be out of compliance. The issues are essentially doubled in a way that the CASA was written. There are 2 paragraphs that are basically shared between APD and the CPOA, and then there's 2 paragraphs that are exclusively CPOA, and they pretty much say the same thing. So that's why it's 4 is the usual thing that's been happening the last couple of IMRs. The CPOA-B has maintained full compliance, and so congratulations, of course, and make sure to be mindful of your ride-alongs. That's the big thing that's the hardest, I think, to accomplish for the board. It takes a lot of time, takes a lot of coordination, so if you're mindful that those don't fall out of compliance, that would be great. One of the things that had been mentioned multiple times in the IMR report is the need for a staffing study for the CPOA. There's been a lot of talk about staffing, resources, things like that. And so the city's contractor originally was going to be doing something like that. They did a class and comp study, and then there could be a request for a higher level type of staffing / work study. Well, for a variety of reasons I won't go into, that basically never came into fruition. So our analytics team has taken on the task of doing the staffing study internally. And we did provide a draft to the monitor so that he could see it and understand that, okay, we're satisfying that part of the report. You might want to incorporate any pieces into the report. And he gave us extremely high praise of how that staffing study looked. He said it's the best he's seen in his career. So I do want to take a moment to thank our analytics team, primarily Emily Selch, Gabriel Remmer, and Deputy Director Ali Abbasi for being the drivers of that. I get to do my little editing, but they did all the hard work. We will provide a copy to the board and to the administration and to council and post it on our website for the community's review as well. We're just kind of making some tweaks to make it more user-friendly for general audience type of thing and not overburdened with a lot of extra stuff. But that will be available fairly soon for review. In terms of the MOU There have been several requests for the public's purposes, the memorandum of understanding between the CPOAB and the union regarding redaction of videos, things like that with the use of force material. Several requests for clarification have been made with the APOA via email. We haven't really gotten a response, so the most recent discussion is to try and coordinate an actual meeting so that we can just close it out one way or the other, whether it's going to be something that we can come to an agreement on or whether it's something that won't, so that we don't have this lingering issue. So nothing really specific to update on you, but that's what we're planning on working towards again. Mediation program, we have a contract in its final stages. There is an issue that we have to resolve regarding insurance levels that the city requires versus what the vendor may have, things like that. But we are going to move forward with scheduling meetings with the contractor and the APD liaison basically for that. It's required by ordinance that APD receives sort of mentorship and resources to see the benefits of mediation. So that's something that the chief has already designated a person to work with us. So we'll be scheduling those meetings with the contractor and that individual to move that program forward, hopefully. As was mentioned already, the budget season is ongoing. We, this year, have not made any specific requests. We know, again, based on our staffing study, that we do need some additional things, but at the same time, we've had vacancies. We need to fill those first to see how it's actually going to play out. So we really haven't made any new requests this budget cycle other than maintain our funding. The biggest thing that we are trying to figure out is our impending move. We are moving physical locations, and there are a lot of expenses that are going to be required for that. So we're working with the administration, with council, looking at our budget. We may have to make a few choices this coming year about travel and things like that as to whether or not we'll be able to do those things. So we'll just be looking at all of that, but that's something that's ongoing with this budget cycle this year. The last thing I guess I'd like to say is we have very sad news to report. Our policy analyst, Emily Selch, will be leaving us, and this is her last meeting. She's done tremendous work for our agency, and she set the groundwork for future success. We're definitely going to feel her absence, and I want to thank her for everything that she's done and wish her the best. So, with that, before I move on to the non-concurrences, any questions?
Any questions?
What is the ETA on the move, and which facility was it again?
That's a very big question in terms of ETA. So there are some things that need to be modified about the space before we can move in, and then there's things that will be ongoing once we're over there. So we are waiting to get quotes and find out timelines about certain things that have to happen before we go over there. Those being like the security of having, like door swipe and having doors. There's a couple of doorways that don't actually have doors yet. And having a lobby build out for the safety and security of the employees. So things like that have to happen first. So we don't have timelines on those things yet as to how quickly they're going to happen or how much they cost, or so kind of a big up in the air. They want us there yesterday, but that's kind of not happening right quick. It's going to be on to Harris at the old assessor's office is the new, well, I say proposed, but I mean that is going to be the new location. So. And we desperately need the space. Right now we have 4 investigators in what would be a small or medium-sized office in 2 different offices. So we have 8 investigators crammed in 2 offices, and then other people sharing and all that. So it's not an optimal situation. So moving will be definitely better for the agency. Yes?
Before you move on, we are sad, looking between both of you, sorry, that you're leaving. And I had to keep this to myself prior because I knew about it prior, but we're sad that you're leaving. We wish you the best. We're here if you ever want to come back, if it's available. I can't give no promises, but we appreciate the work that you have done. It has been instrumental to a lot of the policies that we have reviewed, and it's made my life easier as a chair. I can imagine the subcommittee policy at the time, it's made their life easier too, so thank you. And we wish you the best. We'll miss you. Yeah. At least you're going there and it's not as cold now. With that being said, you can go on with your non-concurrences.
All right. So there were 3 non-concurrences that we received from the department this month. Non-concurrences can be either for findings or for discipline. In this case, all 3 were addressing findings. So CPC 200-24, this is a finding change from sustained to exonerated for SOP 2-104-4-A-1c. Basically, this policy addresses the need for officers to contact CYFD if abuse is suspected. In this instance, the officer was informed via a CAD that an assault had occurred while holding a child and that a child's arm was pulled, almost dislocating it. Children were reported screaming. Additional callers reported that a male kicked a child. The officer documented in his report that the subject was armed and held the child against her will. The state, after charges were filed by the officer, the state added a charge of child abuse when the case was being processed. The officer, in his interview, acknowledged possible child endangerment at least. So we had sustained for basically not dealing with the CYFD aspect of referral. The department, the non-concurrence stems from the claim that the CPOA made an assumption based on the additional charge being added by the state. However, our position is the department made the assumption that because the charges were dismissed, there was the assumption that there was insufficient evidence. Cases can be dismissed for a variety of reasons, and it may not have been due to insufficient evidence. The CPOA, the way the non-concurrence was worded, it seemed to indicate that we, the CPOA, had an issue or found fault with the children going with the mother, because there were some allegations of the mother being intoxicated, things like that. That's not what we were actually concerned about. Our general concern was that the fact that CYFD should have been called to see if it was appropriate, given all the totality of the circumstances, for the children to stay with basically either side, or in this case, it would have been the maternal side because the paternal side was being booked. So there was some disagreement within the chain review, we noted, that the department regarding this, but ultimately it was determined by the department to be a non-concurrence. So we respectfully disagree with the department's position in this case. We do feel that there was sufficient information that a referral should have been made. Any questions before I move on?
Board members?
The next
Real quick,
two,
before you
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
go ahead.
Not necessarily a question. We probably will look at the policy behind CYFD protocol in the subcommittee policy just to ensure there's nothing that we believe that would be appropriate to recommend, whether it be in cycle or off cycle. But just so you're aware. I don't expect you to have comments on that now, but just.
Well, I would agree. There was, in the review, the investigator had mentioned that, and we did in the file, but I apologize, I don't remember the exact details, that there is something about the policy that does appear to disagree or be in conflict with state law. So yes, I think this policy in that aspect would be something wise for the subcommittee to start reviewing and looking at.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next two. So the next two CPCs essentially are the same type of issue, but I'll do one at a time. So CPC 235-24, this is a finding change from sustained to exonerated for SOP 285D1. The policy addresses the use of on-body recording. The issue with this was that the department stated that all of the necessary contact was captured on the OBRD. In this non-concurrence, what the department is not factoring in the policy is it states, for mandatory recording events consistent with 285A, once OBRD is activated, it shall not be deactivated until all intended contact with the individuals is terminated. So in this situation, the officer deactivated the OBRD with the intent of returning for additional contact. The CPOA can appreciate the department's position that their intent was that an officer document when required activity was not recorded and not document every time the camera was turned off. However, that is not the wording of the policy. So we have suggested a policy change so that it can be in line with what is reasonable. We can appreciate what they're saying, but we just have to change the policy so it words the right way. So that is the same pretty much for CPC 237. It's the same issue. It's a change from sustained to exonerated, the same kind of policy. Again, the issue being all intended contact. In this situation, the officer deactivated the OBRD with the intent of returning for additional contact. Again, we appreciate the position that the intent is to capture the required activity, but that is not how it's worded. So we've recommended that policy change. I understand that the policy is currently being revised with, I think it's legal, is where it's at currently. So the department recognizes it, and they're working on changing it to be more in line with what their actual intent is. And what the non-concurrence, as you all read, had some cites to CASA paragraphs, and so they're trying to match up those things to just make it more in line with what they actually meant rather than how it reads. So, stand for any questions on those?
Perfect. No, I agree with you, with that the policies need to be a reflection of reality and what the officers actually do. So we ensure that. And so, yeah, we'll wait for it to come across our review since it's being in the process now with City Legal. Any board members have any questions on the last two? Perfect. Thank you. Any questions for the CPOA, from the CPOA? Perfect. With that being said, we are going to move on to the next order of business, which will be our appeal case for CPC 243-24. Give me 1 second, sir. You can sit for now, sir. You can sit down for now. You can sit down. I have like a 2-minute spiel I have to give out. My legal counsel has to talk, so give us a second, okay? I want you standing more than you have to. Perfect, okay. So moving on to the appeal for CPC 243-24. Counsel, do you mind taking over?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now at the appeals portion of the agenda, and the following process will be followed in the appeal. During the appeal hearing, each interested party has an opportunity to be heard and present arguments stating their position. No new evidence will be permitted to be introduced unless, at the discretion of the board, such evidence is relevant and could not have been known or obtained during the course of the investigation. The hearing today is a quasi-judicial hearing, and the decisions will be made by the members of the board. The scope of this appeal will be limited to the complaint and the findings of the investigation that followed. If parties during their presentation go outside of this scope, they may be directed by the chair that the only arguments that will be considered by the board are those relating to the complaint and the subsequent investigation. We are recording this meeting tonight so that a complete, clear record can be created of everything being said. However, please remember that we cannot create an accurate record with people talking over one another. If people start to talk over each other, the chair may call for order so that there can be a clear record of the hearing. The time limits for the hearing are as follows: 15 minutes for the complainant who requested the appeal or their representatives. They may call witnesses, but this will count against their time. 10 minutes for the CPOA director or designee. 5 minutes for the police officer if he or she is present. 10 minutes for APD. And then finally, 5 minutes for the complainant or representative to provide a short rebuttal to anything that has been presented by the other parties. The burden of proof is upon the complainant bringing the appeal to demonstrate either, number one, a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, or two, that the findings or recommendations of the director were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, or three, that the findings and recommendations of the director were not consistent with the record evidence. These are the only bases upon which the board may modify or change the findings or recommendations of the director. At the end of each party's presentation, the board will be given an opportunity to ask questions. These questions do not count against the party's presentation time. The questions should be focused on clarifying the record or the argument given and should not offer or invite new information or evidence from a board member through asking the question. Parties should remain respectful and professional during their presentations. Any disruption of another party's presentation shall not be tolerated. At the close of the hearing, the board will deliberate. The board may make a determination in open session or decide to deliberate in closed session as allowed by the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. All final decisions by the board will be made in public. Once a decision is made, a final written notice of decision will be provided to all interested parties as provided in the CPOA ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Okay, before you come up, sir, I'm gonna read your complaint before you come up so the public is aware of what this is about. And then from there, we will start the timers. So the complainant is being presented by Mr. Robert Cordova. And this is again for CPC 243-24. The complainant states as follows. On 9/13 of 2024, Robert Cordova submitted a complaint to the CPOA for an incident on 7/7 of 2024 at approximately 01:45 hours at Central Avenue East and Louisiana Boulevard Southwest. The complaint was about report number 24-0054553 being falsified to protect driver number 3. Mr. Cordova reported officer number 1 was on scene, which indicated he interacted with driver number 3. Mr. Cordova reported an apparent contributing factors that officer number 1 wrote disregarded traffic signals and driver inattention, yet no citation. Mr. Padilla observed as he was taken by ambulance, driver number 3 stumbled. Mr. Cordova reported officer number 1 wrote in the false report sobriety unknown and questioned about no field test or breathalyzer. He stated officer number 1 stated in report no supervisor and cited proof that officer number 2, a supervisor, signed off on the report 40 minutes later. Is the initial complaint. With that being Mr. Cordova, you have 15 minutes. We will have a timer. Ms. Barella here will have a timer. She will let us know 2 minutes prior before your time's up if you do go through all of it with, do you have the bell with you? She'll let you know either way.
Okay, good.
So we'll just make sure you're good. And then from there, we will ask questions if we have any, and we'll continue the process, okay?
Okay,
So the floor is yours.
Thank you for the time. As in my appeal, the conclusion I wrote, this report probably wasn't falsified, okay? But certainly not written or approved by APD policy and was not investigated to see if there was a connection between the officer and driver number 3. And first of all, I'd like to, I'm wondering why, I want to explain. I've been reviewing police reports from APD and the Sheriff's Department for 20 years. Okay, I've worked for 3 law offices as a legal assistant. And that was my job, was to get police reports, right? And this is the first time in 20 years that a police report was ready in 3 days. Okay, when an officer is at an accident, gives the people the card for the police, what does he say to them? Probably not going to be ready for 7 or 10 days, okay? And that's generally the case. I mean, I might get lucky, 5th day, it's ready. This was ready, I believe, if not the next day, the 2nd day, right? And I believe the reason being is that supervisor was told to sit on that kiosk and okay that report. The reason being, that report would have never been okayed if it would have went through the normal channels of the kiosk. First of all, on page 5 of the police report, the officer indicated, first of all, he indicated he was on site when this accident happened, okay? So a good chance he might have seen it because he indicated he disregarded traffic signal, driver inattention. Why, WH, gosh darn, why wasn't he issued a citation? That wouldn't have got approved. Secondly, sobriety. Guy runs a red light, isn't paying attention. What's the first thing the officer's going to think? Could be under the influence, okay? Sobriety, unknown. Why? Well, that sobriety should have been known. I mean, that officer should have been saying he was not under the influence, or he was. Probably should have called a DWI officer out there. Did not. And lastly, the supervisor that okayed the report, she was never interviewed. Never interviewed to see how she got that, how she okayed that report so quickly, and if she was assigned to the kiosk that day. She was never interviewed. And I believe that drivers in vehicle 1, there was passengers, Skinner, and the investigator should have interviewed both them passengers, seeing that sobriety was unknown, to see if they saw if I believe it was driver 3 was intoxicated. So something is not right with this report, and I believe that that it should be wasn't falsified, because everything he did, he just didn't follow policy. But there's got to be a reason why he didn't follow policy, and it's very important. It seems to me very important that Officer B be interviewed, and that's it. Because I'm sorry, I can truly understand why this complaint was exonerated, because it wasn't falsified. It was just done irregularly for some purpose. And I don't think that purpose was on the up and up. You know, you know, with this big DWI scandal, you know, the head guy, the paralegal, does the same thing I do, okay? And a list of the officers was publicized that were involved in this. And I should have checked to see if this officer was involved, but I didn't. That's it. I mean, you have them officer's name. I mean, if you could, he might have been.
Thank you,
Said
sir.
any questions?
Real quick, let me verify. Any questions from the board members at this point? No. No questions at the moment, sir. We're going to allow the CPOA and then APD to respond. And then from there, we will bring you back up here. So if you would mind taking a seat for now, sir. So I'll have you standing, and then we'll call you back up here once they're completed, okay? Thank you. Then we're going to allow for 10 minutes for the CPOA Executive Director to brief us.
Thank you, Chair. So the first thing I just want to make sure is on the record is that Mr. Cordova is a third-party reporter, and he does not have any firsthand knowledge of the accident. He was not present at the accident. However, our investigation, we did interview the individual that was involved in the accident, the client of the law firm of Mr. Cordova's. So I'll address sort of the claims that I heard and what was in his appeal. So the first being the claim that a citation should have been issued for running the light. So officers have discretion as to whether or not they issue citations. The officer stated that he did not witness the accident, and even after viewing the surveillance video was not 100% certain. So in those circumstances, he generally would not issue a citation. It is his discretion, as he told our investigator. The SOPs that are relevant here are permissive. It was determined that Officer A noted in his officer discretion in not citing the other driver for other traffic violations is in alignment with the SOP regarding traffic enforcement. He could not conclusively determine, based on the evidence available at the time, that citations were warranted. It's important to note that New Mexico law does not compel an officer to issue a citation in every at-fault accident. No statute explicitly states an officer must or shall write a ticket to any driver found at fault in the accident. The law entrusts that the officer use their discretion and training to decide if a traffic law was violated and what action to take. If they use their discretion and decide not to issue a ticket to an attentive driver, that driver's insurance still has to pay for the damages based on the trash report. The officer's discretion does not change who is at fault. It only affects whether the driver faces a traffic citation and potential fines. The officers retain that discretion to decide on appropriate action and is based on their judgment rather than an absolute requirement. So again, there's these two SOPs, it's permissive. That is why a citation was not issued. It's the officer's choice. Regarding a DWI having been called or not been called to dispatch to perform a sobriety check. So Mr. Cordova claimed that Mr. Padilla, the person that was actually at the accident, saw the driver stumble. Now, when we interviewed Mr. Padilla, he was not definitive and said he thought someone was stumbling, but he could not move his neck due to the injuries to look around him. Mr. Padilla offered no evidence other than that the other driver was impaired, and he never interacted with that other driver. So he never had a conversation, he never was with him. Mr. Padilla claims that the other driver did not have his lights on. That was something that he did offer as a possible proof that there was intoxication. But in review of the evidence that we had available to us, it did show that the other driver had their lights on before the accident, so not being a symptom of possible intoxication. Mr. Padilla claimed officers did not ask the other driver about drinking, but per the OBRD reviews, the officers asked both parties those questions. Additionally, Mr. Padilla would not have again been in the position to have known whether or not the officers asked these questions. He was not there to hear that. The investigation determined that Officer A did not develop reasonable suspicion during the initial investigation to conduct a sobriety check on any involved individuals. During the interview, the officer mentioned that he didn't suspect any being under the influence. When he spoke to the driver that was found at fault, his speech appeared normal. He did not observe any open containers or smell alcohol on his breath. Sobriety unknown is notated on the reports because sobriety can only be established with field sobriety tests. But field sobriety tests can only be issued when there is some level of concern or suspicion. Per policy, sobriety tests are not done for every crash or on every person. So based on the on-scene determination and decision made with the officer, there was not a need to have a DWI investigation conducted. To the issue of false reporting and false report, Mr. Cordova reported that the issue of sobriety was unknown. We've already addressed that. The alleged diagram was incorrect, is what he had said to our investigator, but he had not read the crash report. He had not read the report, and he could not articulate what was falsified when we asked during the interview process. Basically, in our review, Officer A documented everything correctly. There was a minor clarity issue wherein the narrative stated they drove away. That was something that was mentioned from the scene. It was only one vehicle that left, but there were multiple occupants. So saying they, meaning people, not cars. The on-scene decisions have to be made based on the information they have at that time, as opposed to they don't have the luxury of doing a lot of after review like the CPOA when we investigate these cases. The minor typos do not suggest that an officer knowingly misrepresents facts. The other issue, so he had said, as you just heard, that he's not saying that it was falsified, but it was not written or approved per policy. It's not clear what is being indicated as not per policy, as far as it followed the normal process. He couldn't locate what was false when we interviewed him. As you heard, the complainant mentioned something about on the scene. So he was in the area and then observed the aftermath, essentially, and so stopped to take care of the crash like any officer who is not engaged in some other call or other activity is expected to do. They're expected to respond to it. So it was criticized of how the report documented the video surveillance, but again, he said he hadn't seen the surveillance himself. Mr. Padilla, when we interviewed him, had not reviewed the report, so again, he couldn't say what was accurate or inaccurate. The indication that the CPOA did not investigate some kind of abuse or officiousness or knowledge between. So Mr. Cordova alleged that there was some connection between the complainant and the officer. He believed that maybe that's why DWI isn't called. The investigation determined that the other officer spoke to him, meaning Mr. Padilla, because he spoke, or the other individual, because they spoke Spanish. The report listed the other driver at fault and the cause of the crash. The claims came, who was not present, that there was no other evidence provided to us, that there was any knowledge or connection. The OBRD review didn't show any familiarity or any friendship. There's no indication that way. Again, the officer A and the the other driver speak different languages. So the likelihood of a friendship or connection there there's no evidence to support that. Related to the claim, Mr. Cordova was saying that Sergeant B was out of order and should not have approved the report, and there was no way that any other person would approve the report. There's no evidence that's been provided to show that. It was through the normal process. Mr. Cordova, at least here, seems to indicate because it was done efficiently and that was suspicious. The fact that it was done efficiently is not an indicator of an SOP violation. In fact, the sergeant says, yeah, I approve reports regularly on my shift so that it is timely. The officer was on an overtime shift, so it was his goal to get the report done and completed, and he advised that sergeant, because that sergeant is not his normal chain of command because he was on overtime, he does have to let her know, hey, the report's ready, so that she can approve it. That's a normal process for overtime and for the thing. There's nothing out of the ordinary when it came to how the report was really done, other than the fact that he was an overtime officer on that. When Mr. Cordova claimed that the sergeant was not interviewed, we do not understand where that's coming from. The sergeant was interviewed. The letter that was sent to the complainant clearly indicates that the sergeant was interviewed. So we don't know how or why that's being stated. So I think I have addressed the issues that were raised, so I stand for any questions.
Perfect, thank you. CPU board, do we have any questions?
Yes, I do. I do have one, kind of going back to the first one of when the officer said, and you did address it. I'm just looking for a little more clarification on verbiage. Really, is the officer said he was on scene, but in reality he was around. So why would he put on scene if he was not? Or is that just he arrived or was in the area? Just out of curiosity.
He arrived on the scene. I mean,
okay.
Yeah. I'm here.
Okay, so it's more of just a vernacular, hey, I'm on scene now,
Yeah.
Here's what happened, versus I was near or seeing the...
Yeah, he did not see the accident.
Okay.
He was not with the other driver. He's on patrol or in the area and saw the aftermath of an accident needing...
Nope, that's just the clarification that I was looking for on that.
Any other? That's it? Okay. With that being said, no other questions at the moment? Perfect. Thank you, Executive Director. With that, we'll move on to the next section of it, which will be 5 minutes of rebuttal, not rebuttal, excuse me, 5 minutes of a brief from the police officer, but I don't believe the police officer is here. Yeah, next. I'm off on the next one. And then now we have 10 minutes for APD. Good evening, Commander. And then, Commander, before you start, can you just, of course, your name for Ms. Barela so she doesn't hurt me later on?
Good evening, Chairman and board members. My name is Henry Landavazo. I'm a commander with the Professional Integrity Division of APD. And in my position, we review all final discipline that comes from the CPOA or area command cases or from a force division or IAPS. In this case, myself and my colleague, Commander Sean Waite, reviewed the case individually. He reviewed it first, or I reviewed it first, then he reviewed it, and we both looked at the case that's presented by the CPOA. When I reviewed it, I concluded that the CPOA did a very thorough investigation. They addressed the issues and I concurred with their findings. Commander Waite also concurred with their findings. There was 5 charges levied against Officer A, and one of them was found unfounded, one was exonerated. I'm sorry, 3 were unfounded, 1 exonerated, and 1 was not sustained. This case is not all that complicated. It's a DWI, it's not a DWI case, it's a traffic accident that occurred on Central. And in reviewing the OBRD from Officer A, you can see Officer A is driving, his camera's on, he's driving up as the accident's already occurred, so he's driving up to it, hence him indicating that he was on scene. Usually an officer will indicate they were dispatched or flagged down. In this case, he just indicated on scene. So it wasn't he was following this other person or anything like that. He was driving down the street, went on scene, and that's evidenced by the OBRD. The other thing that Mr. Cordova brought up was that I think it was alleged that because the gentleman ran the red light and he was told that the guy was stumbled, that was enough to initiate a DWI investigation. An officer just can't initiate a DWI investigation because you're involved in a traffic accident. You have to have reasonable suspicion to believe that the person has been drinking or is participating in impaired driving. In this case, the impaired drive, the guy ran the red light, that's true. But Officer A spoke to the gentleman. He didn't note any signs of alcoholic beverages on him, no breath, no bloodshot eyes, anything like that. And then he also looked in the vehicle and didn't notice any evidence of drinking alcohol. So there's no reasonable suspicion to conduct a DWI investigation. The other thing that Mr. Cordova alleges that the officer didn't issue a citation. That's true that officers can issue a citation at a traffic accident if they have enough information to do so. In this case, the CPOA indicated that Officer A viewed a video, and there is a clear video of that accident, and the gentleman did run the red light. It's clear that he did run the red light. However, it wasn't determined whether Officer A at that time saw that video. When you watch it, it's clear that he's running the red light. But it's unknown when the officer actually saw that video, because they do indicate that he saw the video. That might have triggered him to issue a citation. So we don't know when he saw it. Was it after the scene was cleared? Because the video was recorded by the RTC, the Real-Time Crime Center, and it was ordered and asked for, so you can see it, and it's clear the gentleman does run the red light. So officers do not determine fault in a traffic accident, and a lot of people believe that's what they do. They don't. Police do not determine fault. They determine that maybe a traffic violation was committed. It's up to the insurance companies to determine fault. They could have found that the gentleman ran the red light was 90% responsible, and the other gentleman was 10%. That's just, but that's up to the insurance companies. Police do not get involved in finding fault. That's one of the things I just wanted to clear up. And the last thing, Mr. Cordova felt that since Sergeant B approved that report in a really timely fashion, which is good, like Ms. McDermott said, that it would be nice if all reports could be done that quickly, but they're not. Sometimes they get rejected, and they go through a system called tracks. When an officer submits a report in tracks, it goes to his supervisor. Doesn't necessarily go to, or they have to go, the sergeant has to go look for that report. In other words, they're not going to get it automatically. So this officer, as Ms. McDermott said, he was working an overtime assignment and was not assigned to that sergeant. So he's helping out calls for service, takes the accident, and if she's not aware, doesn't pop up in her population of officers, she may not get it. So he let her know, hey, I'm done with this report, and hence she went in and approved it like almost right away. There was no proof or anything that anybody was trying to hide this report or shield it from his regular sergeant, so it could be, you know, submitted with errors or trying to hide something. None of that was found in there. So she went in there, approved it because he notified her. That's the only reason it got done so quickly. And officers do tell citizens that a police report, accident report could be available within, I think they say 5 to 10 days. And normally it's usually quicker than that. But if the sergeant sees something that he wants corrected, he's got to send it back. It could take a couple of days because if they're days off and things like that, or it gets approved by record, so it takes a while. But in this case, it was done efficiently, and there was nothing showing that it was done to hide it from his regular supervisor. I don't have any other thing, unless you have any questions for me.
Thank you, sir. Board members, questions? Go ahead, sir.
I do kind of have some questions here. So one is there any indication or idea of when the officer one might have seen the camera footage? And then I'm going to pair that up with question number two, as well as if it was after the fact, right, where everyone left, does APD issue citations post-incident based upon footage?
First part of that is, I don't know when he saw the video. If he saw it like while he was still on scene or after everything cleared up and the RTC gave him the video, that's unknown when he saw it. I don't think that was clarified by the investigation.
It was not, I just was curious.
And then secondly, APD can issue a summons on a case if there's enough evidence to, but then again, it's the officer's discretion, you know, what's convincing him to do that.
Next question is, was there any, you know, because the officer said did not see it due to the lights because he could not actually visibly see it, right? But does RTCC or anybody else communicate if there's a traffic light error, right? Like one side didn't go when it should have?
No, they usually don't. The RTC just provides the video of that event.
Okay, so they don't have any.
There's a video, it's a clear video.
Yeah.
The gentleman is clearly running a red light.
And I believe from that actual video, it was read one way, but the way his light was, you could not see it. So that's the question of if there's a traffic light error from either direction, if photo had been reported. And I just was curious.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, there being an error with the lights. And typically, traffic lights don't have errors. I mean, they just don't.
Right, but I just at least wanted to ask because that was at least identified in the complaint and everything.
Any other?
No, I'm good.
Board members, prefer? Thank you, Commander. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board.
Of course. With that being said, we're going to go to the last section of it. So, Mr. Cordova, 5 minutes are allotted to you now. If you have any last final remarks to make before we go into deliberation. Perfect. And then the floor is yours when you're ready.
You know, the comment the officer said, they don't judge. Well, when you're written a citation, what's the first thing the officer tells you? This isn't an admission of guilt, right? Well, clearly a citation should have been written, even if it was a summons, like he said, because it clearly showed he ran a red light. And it just, I've reviewed more police reports than probably a lot of these officers have, okay? 20 years. 20 years. That doesn't happen. Oh, it was done efficiently. Negatory. They just, the timing had to be like kind of maybe fixed up because 20 years, I can't think of one, but maybe there's been one or two. Thousands, not hundreds, thousands of police reports. So it just doesn't smell right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any follow-up questions? Perfect. With that being said, I move that the board convene in a closed session as authorized by the Administrative Adjudicatory Proceedings exception to the Open Meetings Act for the limited purpose of discussing the matters presented in CPC 243-24. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barra, let me get a roll call vote.
Member Bolianis?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimar?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cordova, we're going to go into deliberation outside of, in private to discuss this. You're more than welcome to stay to hear the final verdict of what we decide. Either way, no matter what, we will issue a letter determining what our verdict is at the end anyhow. So if you do happen to leave before we get back, you will receive something official anyway. Okay? With that, we move into closed session. I make a motion that we come out of deliberation. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parada, may I get a roll call vote to come out of deliberation and continue the appeal hearing for CPC 243-24?
Member Bolianis?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimar?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. For this verdict, I'm going to pass it off to Member Bolians to read.
Thank you, Chair Calderon. During our deliberation, we have determined that the appellant has not met the criteria for modification of the ruling of the CPOA director. Those criteria are: a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, the finding or remediation was arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, or the findings and recommendations were not consistent with recorded evidence. With this, we affirm and uphold the findings of the CPOA director.
Thank you, Member Bolians. Mr. Cordova, before you step away, we will officially write a letter to you with its details. As well, we appreciate you for coming out here and using the appeal process. We hope you have a great evening. Stand by as I transition. With that being said, we'll move to our next order of business, which will
Mr.
be.
Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
my apologies. Was that a motion to affirm? And then you're going to.
Council, do we need that? If his microphone works?
Mr. Chair, I do think it would be appropriate to do it by motion since this is a decision by the board.
Okay. I make a motion that the CPOA be upholds and affirms the findings of the executive director for case CPC 243-24 appeal. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Perla, may I get a roll call vote for the appeal CPC 243-24?
Member Bolianis?
Affirmed.
Member Budenaro?
Affirmed.
Member Calderon?
Affirm.
Member Weimar?
Affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Perla. I appreciate that. Now, with that being said, we will move to our serious use of force cases. Our first one's going to be APD case number 23-0010895, presented by Member Budenaro.
Should be. Case number 23-0010895 occurred the 8th of February 2023 at approximately 16:14 hours. Detectives were conducting a tactical plan in the southeast area of town using marked patrol units. Detective and Officer 2 attempted to conduct a traffic stop on a vehicle that did not have a license plate. The male inside did not stop and fled at a high speed. The detective disengaged from the stop, in which time air support maintained surveillance of the vehicle. It was then determined that the male, who was later identified as Mr. M, exited the vehicle in a neighborhood near the San Francisco and Barstow. Officer 1 exited his vehicle while Mr. M was walking towards him. Officer 1 gave the command police hands up and immediately instructed Mr. M to get on the ground. Officer 1 saw that Mr. M had a knife in his hand and told him to drop it while drawing his handgun. Mr. M pointed the knife and lunged towards Officer 1. Officer 1 stepped back and pointed his firearm at Mr. M while yelling, "He's got a knife." Mr. M then proceeded to run from Officer 1. Officer 2 then engaged, ran after Mr. M, pointed his 40mm less lethal launcher at him and stated 40, 40, 40. Officer 2 at that point could not acquire a sight picture, therefore he did not deploy and continue the pursuit on foot. After acquiring a better sight picture, Officer 2 did deploy the 40 less lethal launcher, but missed and struck a bush. Officer 2 deployed the 40 once again. For a second time, he missed, and at that time it hit a tree. While running after Mr. M, Officer 1 deployed his 40 one more time, or Officer 1 deployed his launcher, and that struck the Mr. M on the head rather than the back where he had been aiming. After he struck Mr. M, he still refused to comply and continued to actively resist while running. Officer 2 deployed a 40 less lethal round once again and struck Mr. M on the left upper leg. Officer 1 then deployed another 40 less lethal launcher At the time, Mr. M threw the knife to the ground. Mr. M was struck in the left upper leg and immediately complied with by laying down on the ground. Officer 3 had showed force with a handgun as they approached and took Mr. M into custody. All these uses of force were investigated and found to be objectively reasonable and within APD policy. Mr. M, after being taken into custody, was cooperative, and it should be noted that Mr. M was actually still armed and holding a second knife when he was taken into custody. None of the officers were injured. Mr. M sustained impact injuries to his head, thigh, and buttocks. He was eventually charged with aggravated fleeing from law enforcement. He had felony warrants for receiving and transferring stolen vehicle, aggravated assault on a peace officer, and trafficking a controlled substance. Tactics, there were no deficiencies or concerns to be identified, also with training, policy, and equipment, and supervision. The use of force was investigated by AFD and found to be objectively reasonable and within APD policy.
Thank you, sir. CPOA, do you have an overview to present?
Yes, thank you, Chair, Honorable Board. This was an unintentional 40 millimeter strike to the head that deemed the force application to be a level 3 use of force. The suspect in this case, Mr. M, fled from the officers during a traffic stop in a stolen vehicle. Officers initially engaged and located him through air surveillance. Mr. M abandoned his vehicle after approximately an hour. Detectives located him as he was armed with a knife. He leaned toward a detective when asked to stop while still armed with a knife, causing the detective to step back and create distance from him. Mr. M, in this case, he kept running away from the officers, ignoring all the commands that were given to him. Officers deployed multiple 40 millimeter launchers as he was running. 2 strikes were on his body, 1 was on his head. Mr. M stopped and officers were able to take him into custody without any further incident. It is fortunate that this case worked out this way and the outcome was positive. The officers should be commended for resorting to less lethal force, creating distance and not finding a need to utilize lethal force, despite the threat that was being posed by Mr. M. There were multiple misconduct that was identified during the course of force investigation, including 1 officer not activating the OBRD prior to the contact, 1 not administering a force warning, and an unreportable show of force. The department handled all the issues that were raised during the course of force investigation appropriately, and the CPOA agrees with the IAFT determination to find this case within policy.
Thank you, sir. Commander Norris, do you have anything to add to it? Perfect, thank you, sir. Board members, do you have any questions for either CPOA or Commander Norris?
No questions.
I do, of course, want to reiterate Director Abbasi's commendation on the officers, right? When one officer who's close saw the knife pulled, he stepped back, but other officers could have saw it and could have used lethal force, and they did not, and using 40s. So that is very commendable that ended in a very non-lethal way. So I love to see this stuff. I mean, not, but the outcomes, I mean.
Understood.
That poor tree.
Yeah, in the bush.
In the bush.
Ma'am, do you have anything to add?
No,
Mark?
nothing.
Perfect. Okay. Are there any, is there any further discussion or additional questions the board members like to ask regarding this case?
I have a nerd question. For some of these distance shots, how far were these 40s deployed?
I don't have a measurement right now. I can try to look to see if there's an MCST report, but they were, I can tell you that they were measured within its effective range.
Right, I know there was that. I just was curious because I again wanted to say too of like moving target, probably I guessing about 30+-ish yards. That's still pretty good. So, yeah, I just wanted to just put that out there to say good job.
Perfect, thank you. Board members, do we have any possible policies or policy recommendations that we would like to forward to our CPOAB policy subcommittee to evaluate, discuss, and report back to the full board on?
No.
CPOA, do we have anything? Okay. With that being said, do the board members agree with the findings of the Internal Affairs Force Division investigation?
Yes.
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 Perfect. I make a motion that the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board affirms and upholds the findings of APD's Internal Affairs Force Division investigation for APD case number 23-001085. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barela, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianitz?
Affirmed.
Member Budenaro?
Affirmed.
Member Calderon?
Affirm.
Member Weimar?
Affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barela. With that, we will move on to line item B, which will be APD case number 23-00134499, presented by member Weimark.
Case number 23-00113499. Involved individual JA, involved officers, Officer 1, Officer 2, Witness Officer 4, Witness Officer, Officer 3, other officers 4, 5, and 6. Types of force, Officer 1, empty hand takedown, handcuffed individual. Officer 2, empty hand left sweep, attempted handcuffed individual. Officer 2, empty hand takedown, handcuffed individual. Initial dispatch. On February 17th at 2100 hours, a call was created for a family dispute located at Via Caldera Road, Southwest. It was reported to officers that J.A. was cutting his hair in the bathroom and became aggressive towards his sister M. She stated that he pushed her to the floor, grabbed her phone, and launched it. He then went outside, jumped on her car, and smashed the windshield. He had also damaged the walls and door inside of the residence. Officer 2 determined that J.A. would be charged with battery on a household member and felony criminal damage to property. J.A. was not in the residence. He had walked down the street. He returned to the scene a short time later and was arrested and placed in a marked police vehicle. J.A. made threats that he was going to urinate inside the vehicle. At 22:46 hours, Officer 1 contacted Officers 2, 3, and 6. They escorted J.A. to a wall that was obstructed from public view. When they were approaching the wall, J.A. became uncooperative and began to take off his shoes. The officers instructed him to stop, but he disregarded them and took off his shoes. Officer 1 maintained control of J.A.'s left arm, while Officer 2 had control over J.A.'s left. Officer 3 stood behind J.A. J.A. became verbally abusive towards Officer 1, who issued a force warning if J.A. ran. While urinating behind the wall, J.A. continued to be verbally abusive towards Officer 1. When he was done urinated, he demanded his shoes be put on. At 22:49 hours, J.A. leaned forward to put on his shoes. When done, he stood up and spat on Officer 1's face. J.A. began to pull his body weight away from the officers, transitioning his behavior from passive resistance to active, which changed the initial lawful objective to necessary defense of an officer from physical attacks Uses of force. As J.A. continued to display active resistance, Officer 1, with control of J.A.'s left arm, attempted a leg sweep. J.A. was able to counter it by lifting his leg, thereby eliminating contact. Officer 1 had maintained control of J.A.'s left arm. Using both of his arms, he applied downward pressure on J.A.'s arm, causing J.A. to fall to the ground. Officer 1's actions were abided by lawful objective of defending himself and other officers from J.A. and maintaining an arrest. Use of de-escalation techniques were not feasible at that time as J.A. continued to actively resist, pulling away and battering Officer 1. Officer 2 maintained the grip on J.A.'s right arm and gripped his jersey, succeeding in taking him to the ground. Based on the totality of the circumstances, the force was determined to be reasonable, minimal, and necessary. After being taken into custody, J.A. moved his handcuffs from the back to the front. He also made multiple attempts to slip the handcuffs. He was successful, but then supervision had authorized the use of passive restraint systems to be applied to prevent him from fully disengaging. The officers did not sustain any injuries. J.A. complained of a right wrist injury, but refused to be evaluated at the hospital. He was charged with domestic violence, battery on a police officer, and criminal damage to property. He had not been involved in any previous uses of force. There were potential violations identified in policy, but no violations of personnel rules or administrative rules or regulation. There were no deficiencies or concerns identified for tactics, training, policy, equipment, or supervision. There were other issues identified by IFD. During the empty-handed takedown, Officer 1's ORBD was detached. He retrieved it and put it back on. Officer 6, who was not involved nor a witness to the use of force, experienced an OBRD malfunction. She turned it off and turned it on again, but it was saved under a different video. It was determined that in order to prevent discrepancies in the field, that the OBRD be replaced.
Thank you, Member Weimark. CPOA, do you have an overview?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This case was an empty hand takedown in handcuffs, escalating it to a level 3 use of force. Mr. A was involved in a domestic dispute, battered his family member, and conducted criminal felony damage to the property. The officers established a lawful objective to arrest him. The officers found him walking near the house and safely took him into custody and placed him in the back of the patrol car. Mr. A slipped, while seated in the back of the patrol car, he slipped his handcuffs in front of himself, and he continually asked officers to let him use the bathroom, or he threatened them that he would urinate in the car. The officer allowed him, and as they were escorting him back to the car, he turned to an officer and spit in his eye. He was then taken down in handcuffs by 2 officers, which was the level 3 empty hand takedown in handcuffs force application. He was later placed in the PRS and spit sock due to his active resistance, and was booked on the charges of battery on the household member, felony criminal damage, and battery on the peace officer. During the course of a force investigation, there were multiple misconduct that was identified, including the allegation of sexual acts made by Mr. A, that while he was urinating, he claimed that one of the officers touched his genitals while urinating. The issue, again, the investigation determined was unfounded. The supervisors on scene were investigated for not reporting all the known policy violations, and 1 additional officer was looked into for being disrespectful toward Mr. A. The misconduct investigation in this case, again, addressed the issues appropriately, and the CPOA agrees with the IAFD's determination to find the uses of force within policy.
Thank you, sir. Commander Norris, do you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add, sir.
Thank you, sir. Board members, do you have any questions pertaining to this case towards the commander or CPOA? No? No? Okay. Perfect, thank you. Do you have any possible policies or policy recommendations that you'd like to forward to this RCPOAB policy subcommittee to evaluate, discuss, and report back to the full board on?
No.
Thank you. Deputy Commander, nothing? Perfect. With that being said, that's my favorite word here. Do the board members agree with the findings of the Internal Affairs Force Division investigation?
Yes.
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 Perfect, thank you. I make a motion that the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board affirms and upholds the findings of APD Internal Affairs Force Division investigation for APD case number 23-00134999. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barela, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bouillonnet,
Affirmed.
Member Budenara,
Affirmed.
Member Calderon,
Affirmed.
Member Weimer.
Affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barela.
Of course.
Moving on to line item C, APD case 23-0014-194, presented by member Bolians.
Thank you, Chair Calderon. As stated, this is APD case 23-001-4194. The date of incident was February 20th, 2023, 1700 hours. Individuals who were involved were Mr. M and then officers 1 and 2. The initial dispatch at 1715 hours were called for services regarding a disturbance at 2001 Candelaria Road. The caller was the owner of the property and then stated the individual, Mr. P, was refusing to leave. Officers 1 and 2 arrived on the scene and promptly secured request from the APD's criminal trespassing of Mr. P and had him leave the property. The property security had placed Mr. P in handcuffs prior towards APD's arrival on scene. The property security requested that APD criminally trespass Mr. P and have him leave the property. Officers initially wanted to place trespassing charges on Mr. P and release him on his own reconnaissance. Officer 2 made initial contact with Mr. P and identified himself. Officer 2 informed Mr. P that if they were able to leave the properly identify him, he would receive a criminal trespassing summons and would be free to leave. Mr. P was observed to be highly agitated, yelling and not being receptive to the officers' explanations of the involvement, and did not believe that the officers would let him leave after they identified him. Mr. P was becoming increasingly obstinate, not providing his real name or complying with commands to stop moving. To any attempts to de-escalate or communicate from Officer 2, Mr. P constantly was yelling and wanted to leave and was scooting along the ground, attempting to flee. Officer 2 gave Mr. P commands to sit still and stop moving, or force may be used against him. He was not free to leave. Officer 2 went to his vehicle in an attempt to run the information on Mr. P. Officer 1 stayed with Mr. P and was while Mr. P was continuing to enter around the ground, yelling, "Why are you using force?" And he's lying after Officer 1 identified himself. Mr. P was not listening to the officer's continued commands to stay still and was not providing his real name. Mr. P believed to be under the influence of drugs due to him becoming increasingly incoherent. Mr. P went from scooting on the ground, attempting to stand on his feet. Officer 1 utilized low-level control by pushing him down on the right of his shoulder, Mr. P, as he got to his knees and attempted to get to his feet. Property security guard was assisting hands-on by keeping Mr. P from getting to his feet and fleeing. Officer 1 placed his right foot on Mr. P's jacket to try to keep him from squirming around on the ground while he was in the seating position. Mr. P continued to yell, "They're trying to stop me. I didn't do anything." Mr. P was able to get to his knees, and Officer 1 utilized low-level control by placing his hands on Mr. P's shoulder and went back to a seated position as a result. Mr. P was able to gain footing and got to his feet, and Officer 1 utilized an empty-handed takedown to overcome the active resistance of attempting to flee from Mr. P. Officer 1 pushed Mr. P on the left shoulder and back, causing him to fall to the ground over a nearby railroad tie where he was handcuffed in front. Mr. P continued to disregard officers' commands to stop moving and reaching the pavement area, and the officers decided to place him in APD custody and handcuffs in the proper behind-the-back position. Officer 1 and 2 were able to utilize low-level control tactics to stabilize Mr. P face down on the ground while the officers were applying the handcuffs. Mr. P was face down and complained, stating, "Owie," while officers were removing the security guard's handcuffs. Officer 1 and 2 were grabbing Mr. P's wrist and shoulders while attempting to remove the handcuffs and place his hands in back to apply APD handcuffs. These were the use of forces investigated by IAFD and found to be reasonable and objective, and reasonable and within APD policy. Based on the totality of circumstances, the use of force was reasonable, minimal, and necessary. Post-use of force, the individual's behavior after taken into custody, Mr. P was placed in a vehicle and continued to resist and kicking and wiggling away from the officers. Officers were able to close the vehicle's door with Mr. P inside. It was decided that Mr. P needed to be taken to the hospital to get medical assessed for possible drugs in his system and continued his erratic behavior. AFR attempted to treat Mr. P at the scene, but they would not allow AFR to treat. He was strapped to a gurney and transported to the hospital for treatment. Paramedics decided to introduce chemical restraints by administering a shot to help Mr. P down and transfer to the gurney safely. Officers 1 and 2 and the firefighters assisted in stabilizing Mr. P while the shot was administered. Mr. P was lifted utilizing low-level control to the gurney to get him strapped in and transported to Loveless Hospital, and he was released from police custody and discharged from the hospital. Injuries sustained by officers or individuals. Mr. P sustained an abrasion to his left knuckle. Mr. P received a summons for criminal trespassing. Other use of forces that this individual has been involved in was for others, and for misconduct, no policy violations were identified, no personal rules were identified, and no violation of rules or regulations were identified. Concerns, there are no tactical training, policy, equipment, or supervisory concerns noted on this case. So just as a recap, empty hand takedowns and resisting handcuffing and control tactics were placed on this individual.
Perfect, thank you, sir. Deputy Director Abbasi, do you have an overview?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This case again was an empty hand takedown while handcuffed, rising it to a level of level 3 use of force. Mr. P, in this case, trespassed on an abandoned property, was detained by property prior to the arrival of the officers. He constantly screamed and was very agitated during the course of the entire interaction and did not listen to any commands given by the officer. Mr. P, on one occasion, stood up and tried to leave, and that's when the officer pushed him to the ground while he was handcuffed, which was the first level 3 force application. The officer, with the help of EMS, while he was actively resisting, pushed him into the patrol car, which was another level 3 force application, since they pushed him into the car while he was handcuffed. EMS sedated him to calm him down. He was transported to the hospital for mental health evaluation. And as Member Polian had said, he was later released in summons for criminal trespassing. There was no misconduct identified during the investigation. However, there was one minor observation concerning an equipment issue. One of the involved officers, OBRD, fell at least 3 times during the encounter. Usually, the IAFT investigation addresses these issues, but this issue was not noted during our observation or during our review. However, this issue would not have impacted the outcome of this investigation. The CPOA agrees with the IAFT's thorough investigation and finding the force within policy.
Thank you, sir. Commander, do you have anything
Nothing.
to add? Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions for the commander or deputy director? Okay. Do we have any possible policies or policy recommendations that we'd like to forward to our CPOAB sub-policy committee? Perfect. With that, do the board members agree with the findings of the Internal Affairs Force Division investigation?
Yes.
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 Thank you. I make a motion that the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board affirms and upholds the findings of APD's Internal Affairs Force Division investigation for APD case number 23-0014-194. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Varela, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianis?
Affirmed.
Member Buonanaro?
Affirmed.
Member Calderon?
Affirmed.
Member Weimark?
Affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. I didn't mean to catch you while you're drinking water, I'm sorry. With that, we're moving on to line item D, which is APD case number 23-00145583, presented by myself. Give me 2 quick seconds. For the record, APD case number 23-00145583. Date of incident was February 21st of 2023 at 22:3400 hours. Location was 6801 Glenara Road, Northwest 87121. The types of force that were used in this case was level 3 officer number 1 using an ECW standoff, and level 2 was an officer number 1 using an ECW standoff as well. Summary of the events on February 21st of 2023 at approximately 10:31 p.m. An APD officer referred to as officer number 1 was conducting routine patrols in the Marabella apartment complex located on Glenara Road Northwest. During the patrol, officer number 1 noticed a GMC Sierra pickup that appeared to be running. Suspicious of the vehicle, the officer conducted a records check on the New Mexico license plate through the NCIC, which confirmed that the vehicle had been reported stolen. In response, officer number 1 positioned his patrol vehicle behind the GMC Sierra and activated his emergency lights. At that point, a male identified as Mr. S jumped out of the vehicle and began to flee on foot. Officer number 1 immediately initiated a foot pursuit and issued a use of force warning stating, "Stop, or force will be used against you. I don't want to hurt you. Stop." Despite the warning, Mr. S continued to flee. During the chase, officer number 1 issued another warning shouting, "Get down on the ground or I'm going to tase you." Shortly after, Mr. S tripped near a parked vehicle and fell to the ground. As officer number 1 reached Mr. S, he attempted to gain control by grabbing Mr. S's right wrist. Mr. S resisted by pulling his hands away and proceeded to punch officer number 1 twice with his left hand. After striking the officer, Mr. S managed to break away and resume fleeing. Officer number 1 continued to pursue Mr. S, drawing his electronic control weapon, his ECW, while giving another verbal warning, "You're going to get tased, you're going to get tased, stop." Mr. S jumped over a fence and then fell forward onto his hands. Officer 1, still on the other side of the fence, aimed his ECW at Mr. S's back and deployed it. Following the taser deployment, officer number 1 climbed a fence in pursuit. During the process, his OBRD detached and fell into the grass. Audio from the device captured officer number 1 continuing to give commands such as "Stop, stop, stop, turn around." The sound of the ECW discharge a second time was heard just moments later. Mr. S sustained serious injuries that were consistent with falling forward after experiencing a neuromuscular incapacitation from an ECW. As a result, the incident was classified as level 3 use of force. Mr. S was cooperative. After he was taken into custody, Mr. S was charged with receiving and transferring a stolen motor vehicle, battery on a police officer, and resisting/evading arrest. No other uses of forces were documented for Mr. S. Injuries sustained by the officers or individuals. Officer 1 had an abrasion to his hand and a sprained right wrist. Mr. S had ECW probes to the back of his head and back, and abrasions to his nose, hands, wrist, and right elbow. Policy discrepancies. No violations of personnel rules or administrative rules. One possible policy violation was identified. No inefficiencies, no efficiencies or concerns for tactics, trainings, policies, or supervision were determined. Equipment deficiencies where the OBRD broke off as officer 1 was jumping over the fence, and the radio also came out during the incident. Summary of findings from IFD, the Internal Affairs Force Division investigation conducted a thorough investigation of the incident. After reviewing the circumstances of the investigation, concluded that the force used by officer 1 was reasonable, minimal, and necessary. The officer's actions were found to be consistent with an APD policy. Deputy Director Abbasi, do you have an overview?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this case involved an application of ECW strike in the restricted area, that's back of the head, which rose it to the level of level 3 use of force. Mr. S in this case was identified by officer in a stolen vehicle. He evaded the police. The officer pursued him on foot for over a minute around the apartment complex where he was located. During the chase, Mr. S tripped and fell. As the officer approached to take him into custody, he assaulted the officer and took off again. But as he was jumping a small fence, the officer deployed his ECW, striking him, but as he rolled over, the probes fell off. The officer at that time jumped behind him, and at that moment his OBRD fell off, and we could hear on the audio that the officer gave a verbal warning to stop and deployed his ECW at least one more time, causing him to fall and hit his face on the ground. Mr. S was taken into custody and was transported to the hospital by EMS due to his injuries. There was one misconduct investigation against the involved officer alleging the use of ECW in prohibited area. The determination of not sustained was made based on the evidence available. The CPOA agrees with the IAFD and misconduct investigation that was conducted in this case. There was one training referral that was generated, which was at the Force Review Board, and the training was completed by the officer.
Perfect, thank you for that update. Commander, do you have anything to add?
Nothing, sir.
Perfect, thank you, sir. Board members, do you have any questions for the commander or the deputy director?
No.
Do we have any possible policies or policy recommendations that we would like to forward to the CPOB policy subcommittee at the moment? Perfect. With that being said, do the board members agree with the findings of the Internal Affairs Force Division investigation?
Yes.
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 Thank you. I make a motion that the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board affirms and upholds the findings of APD's Internal Affairs Force Division investigation for APD case number 23-00145583. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barela, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianis?
Affirmed.
Member Budenaro?
Affirmed.
Member Calderon?
Affirmed.
Member Weimark?
Affirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. With that being completed, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. We'll be moving on to our next agenda item real quick, officer-involved shooting cases. During this month's board meeting, we do not have any cases to present. We will continue them in the next month's board meeting. Moving on to the next agenda item, which will be the CPOA's board's review of Garrity materials. We do not have any materials to review for this board meeting. Moving on to the next agenda item, meeting with counsel regarding pending litigation or personnel issues. We do not have anything to present at this board meeting either. With that being said, I make a motion that the CPOA-B goes into recess for a dinner break. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barela, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianis?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes
Thank you, Ms.
unanimously.
Barela. With that being said, we will be back in approximately 30 minutes. I make a motion that we come out of dinner break. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barrera, let me get a roll call vote, please.
Member Bolianis?
Approved.
Member Budenara?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved?
Member Weimer?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera. With that being said, we're going to move on to our next section, will be reports from CPOAB subcommittees. Section A will be Policy and Procedure Review Subcommittee, presented by myself. Our next meeting will be held on March 6th of 2025 at 3 p.m. My apologies. Our meeting was held on March 6th at 2025 at 3 p.m.
You'll be okay.
at the Plaza del Sol, and we reviewed the policies that we'll review in the next section with updates and different commentary. The next meeting will be on April 3rd of 2025 at 3 p.m. at the Plaza del Sol at the moment. We'll publish it, of course, prior of the location and the time to ensure that we haven't moved or anything crazy has happened. Do any board members have any questions before I move on? CPOA? Staff? Cool, perfect. With that being said, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which will be discussions of possible actions. We will start with line item A, which will be APD policies, the recommendations section. We will start with line item A, or 1-A, so SOP 1-11, transit safety section, the TSS, SOP for APD. Who's taking it over? Chair. Executive Director McDermott, do you mind taking over?
Thank you, Chair. So 1-11 is transit safety section 111.6D. The section refers to found items, not just IDs and licenses. So we recommend adding language in accordance with 2-73 to that policy as a reference so that it's clear to the employees that they refer to both of these policies. The additional item for this is 111.7A, reads that the procedure for crimes committed in the presence of a TSS personnel in public are limited to armed crimes. This may not always be the case, so we recommend removing armed and just saying crimes. And then the last being 111.7A1, define, the policy says be a best witness possible. And it is a sanctionable policy, so we recommend that that be defined in some way so that it's clear as to what exactly that expectation and what it means.
Thank you. And just for reference for the rest of the board, these recommendations came from the subcommittee policy. So Rowan and myself were on that. We've reviewed them, looked them as well, and we pushed them from there to the full board for consideration. So by the time you get them, they've been reviewed at least twice from CPOA staff to even us on that subcommittee. So with that, do you have any questions based on this policy?
No.
Perfect. Policies is a fun place. Okay, perfect. With that being said, so for SOP 1-11 Transit Safety Section TSS, I make a motion that we approve and direct the CPOA to make these comments on our behalf during our commenting window. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barrera, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianis?
Approved.
Member Budenara?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimer?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera. We are going to move on to line item B, which will be SOP 1-52, Homeland Security Unit. This is a fun one because I personally have vested interest in it because I work in that field. So, Executive Director McDermott, do you want to go on this one first?
I think most of what you have to say is what we have to say here. In short, basically ensuring that the policy does not encroach in the Office of Emergency Management responsibilities. But again, you have much more expertise on this, so I'll defer to you to highlight it more.
It's a rant, I feel like. But no, the recommendations that we're making on this one is that APD has a Homeland Security unit within their ranks, right? And they do some great work. I know the officers that run it. But their policy does not delineate their actions and then the actions of the Office of Emergency Management. It's a whole separate department within the city, and they take over, not that they take over, they handle a lot of the things that are in this policy that says APD does, and APD is not the lead agency or should not be the lead agency on that. It should be the Office of Emergency Management, and then APD is in conjunction with them as a byproduct of that, and they do whatever's needed, right, on coordination, collaboration, all that different stuff. And so with that, our recommendation is to have language in there state that, and as well that the policy owners of this policy are able to actually reach out to emergency management from the city and ensure that they're in collaboration, right? We want them to work together because both their departments need to work together to ensure that they're able to provide this unit and this mission the appropriate amount of resources and contacts and all kinds of fun stuff with it. So on line item A, to ensure that policies do not encroach on the Office of Emergency Management responsibilities in section 1-52-4-A, 1-52-4-E-4, 1-52-4-E-7, 1-52-4-E-9, and 5-52-4-G-1-B. Second line item on that one would be 1-52-4-H-1-A. Coordination should be with the Office of Emergency Management. And line item C is to change language in there. It says to consult, or I can't remember exactly the verbiage right now on the top of my head, but it was saying the Emergency Operations Center, and Emergency Operations Centers are not active 24/7. Those are only active during an actual emergency declared by the mayor, COA, or emergency manager for the city. And so my recommendation is to change that language to be Emergency Operations, Office of Emergency Management instead of the EOC. Yeah. Do anybody have any questions?
So
comments?
I just want to clarify, right? So this is probably what's already happening, and we're just aligning it to better align with what's actually happening, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have
based on some of this, based on the certain situations, there is that collaboration. But as well, I think in policy, it needs to mimic that as well, right? As we do with everything else.
Cool. That's what I just wanted to validate with this, because it was a little more confusing.
Yeah.
So, cool. Yep. No, that's all I wanted.
Perfect. Any questions on this side? Comments? Questions from executive director? Perfect. Awesome. With that being said, I make a motion that we approve these recommendations and that the CPOA will submit these recommendations on our behalf to APD during our commenting period for SOP 1-52 for the Homeland Security Unit. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Padilla, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianitz?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimar?
Me? Approved.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Lost my train of thought, sorry. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair Calderon?
My apologies.
Is there a
Thank you,
reason
ma'am.
that we're skipping the other three that were between 111 and
So you were
Homeland
looking.
Security?
So you were looking at the handout that was provided by the CPOA, and I'm going based off of the SOP filing within the agenda, and that's why it bounced around on the attachment that we have.
Okay.
So we will
Sorry
reach
about
them.
that.
No worries. I should have stated that prior. We'll make sure they mesh the next time. With that approval, we'll move to line item C for SOP 2-104 for civil disputes. Executive Director?
Yes, so 2-104, civil disputes, covers things like property exchanges. And one of the issues that we have seen in our complaints is this issue of residency. Renter, landlord type of issues are things that the police don't get involved in. They merely keep the peace. However, officers sometimes do have to make some kind of judgment call or decision, and we are seeing an inconsistency of understanding of what constitutes residency. So our recommendation in 2-104A4 is to recommend the listing the number of days it takes for a renter to establish residency to give clear guidance to the officers when they're going to have to make these types of decisions.
Thank you. And what another little more background on it is there's no formal guidance for APD officers. And so when they're dealing with these issues, some officers will say, you know, if you receive mail or this day or this day or this time. And so you want there to be, you know, formality to it. So the officers have that strict guidance and they're not just on a whim, you know, saying stuff, right? Especially because it is a civil matter in some aspect, but they're there to keep that peace, right? And people typically ask them for those stuff.
Who's determining the date? Is that a state or a local municipality?
Both.
Okay.
We would love for both to do it, right? So city attorneys, but as well, yeah, whatever APD's council decides to go off of, that's up to them.
I was assuming it would be a legal thing just for the number.
Yes.
So
for the review and their input. Anything, Ms. Rosewell?
Yes, Board, I would have to do some research on that. That is not something I would know off the top of my head. I know there's state statutes about residency and landlord-tenant law. That answer might be in there. I know that this generally is not provided to officers merely because it's not their responsibility, that they don't enforce landlord-tenant disputes one way or the other. But it is certainly something that can be discussed with the department and how to add that in.
Thank you. Yeah, if possible, we'd love at least a discussion. Executive Director, do you have something?
Just in the sense of, as Ms. Roseborough said, as the officers don't enforce this, but there are occasions in which, in order to keep the peace, they have to make some kind of judgment call of somebody leaving. And so having the guidance of, okay, who's got what going on basically is going to help make that decision. It won't be the end all be all, but it'll help. So that's the recommendation, to go ahead and at least define it a little bit better in some circumstances anyway.
Thank you. With that being said, do any board members have additional questions?
No, I voiced mine just for the date, because we want to make sure whatever number it is valid by the state law or local municipality.
Right. Yes, for sure. I mean, yes. You can't be throwing out just random numbers out there. So with that being said, I make a motion that we approve the recommendations for SOP 2-104 civil disputes be submitted on behalf of the CPOA by the CPOA. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Badala, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianitz?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Badala. With that being said, we're moving on to line item D, SOP 2-7, formerly 2-02, damage to civilian property. Executive Director?
Yes, 274B section pertains to all department personnel, but then later in the policy, special direction is given specifically to officers. Examples being 274B1 little a and 274B1 little b say the primary officer causing damage to the document, causing damage is to document this in a uniform incident report, but other officers that may be causing damage is to document this in a supplemental report. 274B2A and 274B2B, primary officer must remain on the scene until photographs are taken and the damage. This provision is meant to apply to PSA and TSSs, but there's no guidance on which PSA or TSS will document this information in the report, or which one will do supplemental reports, or if they're to stay on the scene. So we're just recommending to clean up the language so that the roles and responsibilities of those types of individuals are clearly delineated or accounted for in the language of the policy.
Thank you. And for reference, TSS stands for Transit Safety, Section. I don't know what I was thinking. So yeah, Transit Safety Section. So the new arm of what APD that's just started. So you'll see them on the road sometimes next to obviously the transit stations and ART bus stations. Any questions, board members? Okay, perfect. I make a motion, sorry, do we agree with the recommendation?
Yes.
Yes, Rowan? Oh, I said you agree with the recommendation. It's late. I know it's late. I promise you, I know it's late. Okay, with that being said, I make a motion that that we approve and direct the CPOA to formally file this recommendation on our behalf for SOP 2-7, damage to civilian property. May I get a second?
Second.
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am. You've had a couple. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Badala, make it a roll call vote.
Member Bolianitz?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, we're going to line item E, be SOP 1-3 for grooming standards. Executive Director McDermott?
Yes, grooming standards, several different sections of this policy have gender differentiations. And one of the recommendations that we are making for this is 134D2, we recommend adding this to the section of 134B, because both males and females wear cosmetics. This is contemplating, possibly concealer, things like that, that officers may wear due to whatever, scarring or something like that. So this policy allows for that type of utilization as opposed to the way it's currently worded. If they used it in that way, they would be in violation of policy.
Right, and to add more back context to it, it's more to just, in the event a male officer is wearing some kind of cosmetic due to, like Executive Director McDermott mentioned, was severe scarring, disfiguration, things like that, it allows them to do a better job. And just gives the option, obviously. We're not encouraging anything crazy, but as well, the policy does state in there what is appropriate for cosmetics for females and males, right? And it's very natural tones and just, very, very simplistic. And so it's just keep the equalness there and to allow that. Questions? Perfect. Do we agree with that recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll take that as a yes. With that being said, I make a motion that for SOP 1-3 for grooming standards, we advise the CPOA to forward this recommendation on behalf of the CPOAB. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barla, may I get a roll call vote?
Member Bouillonitz?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barla. With that being said, we'll move on to section 2 for no recommendations. This is going to be a quick shot round robin. The CPOA has no recommendations for SOP 1-67 for the multi-agency task force, MATF. For SOP 2-38 daily staffing and briefings, SOP 2-46 for response to traffic crashes, SOP 3-14 for supervision, SOP 3-30 for line inspection process, SOP 3-47 for acceptance of disciplinary action and right to appeal, SOP 1-98 for electronic support unit, SOP 1-23 for digital intelligence team for DIT, SOP 2-31, formerly 108 emergency medical and trauma services, SOP 3-43, formerly 3-23 and 3-44, relief of duty, SOP 2-41, traffic stops, SOP 2-58 for force review board, SOP 2-74, submission of felony cases to district attorney's office. Again, for the record, none of those policies have any recommendations from CPOA or CPOAB to present to the board. Any questions about those policies that we just listed? Perfect, thank you. With that being said, we'll move off to line item number 3, which will be off-cycle policies. Line item A is SOP 2-16, report on 2-73, collection, submission, and disposition of evidence and property. Executive Director McDermott.
So the recommendation here is that either in one or both of these policies that we add provision that requires documentations of items that are taken but are not currently as defined in these policies to be tagged. As an example, you have personal property like people's property, you have evidence, and then you may have, and we've seen this as sort of a loophole essentially, a category of things where the officers are taking that into the possession, but because it doesn't fit those categories, they're not documenting it. So we're just trying to close up that loophole and add any other types of items that might be seized by officers would be documented.
Perfect, thank you. I have nothing to add to that. Any questions?
No.
Board members? Do we agree with the recommendation?
Yes.
Perfect. With that being said, I make a motion for SB 2-16. Or 2-73. That we advise the CPOA to submit this recommendation on behalf of the CPOAB. May I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Parada, may I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bouillonitz?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark?
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. With that being said, we'll move on to line item B, SOP 2-86, formerly 2-26, the auto theft and motor vehicle theft related investigations. Executive Director McDermott.
Yes, again, this is coming out of different complaints that we have received. Individuals have their car stolen and they are unaware that that car has been recovered and thereby incurring fees from the tow yard where it eventually is taken. sometimes the time has gone on so long that the car is actually auctioned off by that tow yard. So our recommendation here is to input, and this often happens, it's just not codified in the policy and isn't like 100% consistent. So we're looking for consistency. We're looking to have it put in the policy that the officer attempt to locate the registered owner of the vehicle so that they can be advised, hey, we recovered your vehicle, come get it if you want or can, and then at least they document that that attempt has been made. It will help with some of these various complaints. It will just codify that what's already happening in some cases, maybe make sure that it happens in other cases. The ultimate responsibility, as my understanding, is the tow yard, but the officers, again, often are doing it. If we put it in policy that they should do it, that way it might help with some of these issues that we're seeing.
Thank you. And with that to add, it's a shall, right? It's not a requirement that they do, of course, because there's circumstances that may deviate from that case-by-case basis, right? So it allows for that deviation as well. We spoke about this for a little while in that subcommittee, and I think it ensures at least accountability, right? That, and if an officer did, document it, but as well allows for that variance if they don't do it, right? And there's, acceptability of that as well. Do we have any questions on this end?
No.
Perfect. Do you guys approve of this recommendation?
Yeah.
Thank you. With that being said, I make a motion that for SOP 2-86, auto theft and motor vehicle theft related investigations, and that we direct the CPOA to submit this recommendation on our behalf of the CPOAB. May I get a second?
Seconded.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Barrera, may I get a roll call vote?
Member Bolianis,
Approved.
Member Budenara,
Approved.
Member Calderon,
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Barrera. Okay, with that being said, we move to the fun part. We get to nominate a new chair.
Number 4.
Oh, dang it, I lied. Okay, my bad. Number 4. APD response to policy recommendations. It's a standing item. We have nothing on the agenda. CPOA, did you have anything?
The response was just Reeves, so it wasn't in time to put on this agenda, but 3-21 was a pending response that the board was awaiting. I have had communication with the APD representative that a special order has been issued in response to that. I haven't seen it yet, but it apparently is published, so we'll just verify that, but that was an accepted recommendation at the end of the day.
Can you tell us what the name of
3-21 is response to out of office. There you go, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
And the issue was we, as the agency and the board, recommended that the department personnel put an automated response if it's going to be longer than, I think, 7 days, or ensure that a supervisor does that. That was to aid community members who are trying to reach specific personnel because they don't know, obviously, if they're on vacation or military leave or something like that, and they just keep trying, and we get these complaints saying, I hear nothing. So this is to help with that. The same thing, actually, our investigators try and reach out, and we don't hear anything for a schedule. So, and it's just generally good business practice to have that kind of a thing for everybody. So the department initially had rejected it, and the board submitted to the chief a reconsideration for that, and the chief did reconsider, and that's where the special order is coming from.
Thank you. Thank you for that brief for the public as well. Board members, do you have any questions, comments on that? I mean,
Just waiting to hear back on if it's actually published.
yeah. If you let us know, the next one, hopefully we'll see it by then. It'll be a month, so hopefully. Perfect. With that being said, thank you for the update. Now we can move on to our next item. I'm trying to throw this away. I'm going to get on with it. No, so for the election of the chair. So this is our first time doing it in a hot minute, so I'm going to read verbatim what I wrote. So it helps me with this. So election of the chair. So as outlined in our bylaws, we will now proceed with the election of a chair for the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board. This process will include nominations, voting, and announcement of results. I will guide us through each step to ensure fairness and transparency. So with opening nominations, I now declare nominations open for the position of chair. Any member may nominate themselves or another member. If you're nominating someone else, we will confirm that that person is willing to accept the nomination. To allow ease and transparency on this, we will go by roll call vote on who each person will nominate. So with that, Ms. Barrera, can you go through a roll call vote, and each member will mention or nominate the person that they want to be the next chair of the CPOAB. So, Ms. Barrera, can I get a roll call vote for nominations for the next chair?
Just a roll call, not a vote.
Oh, sorry, a roll call, not a vote. My apologies.
All right. Board Member Bouillonets.
Pass. I don't want to nominate. Don't start with me.
Should have started with me.
Yeah, should have started with somebody else. Because I can't abstain. But I can
You cannot. Passing is abstaining.
But it's not a vote. Technically.
This is nominations, correct?
Correct.
All right, so
Yeah, move on.
Member Bouillonets, is there any nominations for Member Bouillonets? Is that what we're doing here?
Let's do it that way, yeah. Is there any nominations for member Bouillonets? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, look at that. Even easier. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. How about that?
Sure.
Huh? Yeah, so is there any nays to the nomination of member Bouillonets as the next chair?
No.
None. None heard?
Nay.
Nays. Thank you. So, thank you. So, as this being, there's only one candidate nominated by preponderance of evidence. I move that member Bouillonets become the next chair of the CPOAB. May I get a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
And third.
We're all for it.
You can choose that one, Ms. Barrera. With that being said, may I get a roll call vote, Ms. Barrera, please?
Member Bouillonets.
Approved.
Member Budenaro.
Approved.
Member Calderon.
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed
Thank you, ma'am.
unanimously.
Before I hand over everything, y'all just messed up my whole thing. I had all this writing, everything. So anyways, with that being said, you get to take over now. And we literally get to switch seats, though.
Oh, no, we don't have to. I can leave.
No, we have to.
What?
Because it's just protocol.
Wow, he just moved.
Oh, look, I get a new phone.
Oh,
Could have waited till next
oh,
month.
okay.
Come on. I watched plenty of meetings before.
Get it to
There we go. I get
Oh,
to.
that was cold.
I feel so important now. All right. Well, thank you, fellow members of the board. So the next order is the election of a vice chair for the Civilian Police Oversight Advisory Board. And I do now declare the nominations open for the position of vice chairs. The same rules do apply as described by Member Calderon. So let's follow the same way for Ms. Barrera. Can you do a roll call for any nominations?
All right, any nominations for Budenaro? Calderon?
I nominate Member Calderon.
I nominate myself as well.
All right. Member Weimark?
I nominate Member Butenaro.
All right.
All right. So, Member Budenaro, did you vote for
No.
Calderon to be vice chair?
No.
You want to be a vice chair?
No.
We do need to have a vice chair.
Yeah. No. I respectfully pass as to for reasonings of being the new guy.
Then I officially nominate Member Calderon to be the vice chair.
And I'll second. I thank you, though.
Yeah.
Next time.
Ms. Barrera, can we get a roll call vote?
Member Bouillonets?
Approved.
Member Budenaro?
Approved.
Member Calderon?
Approved.
Member Weimark? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Next order of business is committee assignments, and the only committee that we have is the CPOA Policy and Procedure Review Committee, or CPOAB Policy and Procedures Review Committee. Right now, the two members are Member Calderon and Member Weimark. Does anyone want to nominate themselves or keep it as is for the current subcommittee?
I think we should keep it as is.
Yours is the biggest, most biggest, like.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the thing. If you need a substitute, you know, like somebody off the bench, I can do that.
Okay.
All right. Then I will, so if we're keeping it status quo, do we need to do a vote or leave it as is?
Be a motion, wouldn't it?
For a motion.
To remain
To remain as is?
Rowan and Aaron, I think.
Gotta be.
His mic don't work.
I know.
Mr. Chair, since it's noticed on the agenda as committee assignments, I just, as a matter of form, go ahead and do a
Okay.
motion and
All
approval.
right, then I make a motion to keep the CPOA-B Policy and Review Procedure Committee members as Member Calderon and Member Weimark. Can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Barella, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianitz,
Approved.
Member Budinaro,
Approved.
Member Calderon,
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
And then the next, and I'm giving you, for the next order of business is the delegation of board members to APD Policy Development Committee. Is that
Yes.
the same?
So that's the, so one of our members goes to the weekly Wednesday meetings with APD, and that's where they review their policies that comes through. Currently, it is Member Weimark. She's the one that does it, and she's done it for a while, and she does a great job at it. And I'm the backup just in the event, but as well, Member Baldonado can be the backup as well.
Yeah.
But typically, there's notice in advance to it, right? When
Yeah.
Member Weimark can't be there. But I think she's done a great job with it, and I wouldn't want to change that, to be honest.
I concur.
Concur, so
Yeah.
leave it as is?
Leave it as is.
Then I make a motion to leave the delegation of board members for APD Policy Development Committee, primary of Member Weimark, and then second, Member Calderon. Or the secondary backup to Member Calderon. Can I get a second?
A second.
Ms. Barella, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Member Bolianitz,
Approved.
Member Budinaro,
Approved.
Member Calderon,
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Can I make a comment first?
Yes.
Member Baldonado, at any point that if you want to ever be on the CPOB's Policy and Procedures Review Committee, we can always swap out.
Yes, we can.
The only reason why there's travel things that I do occasionally, and I hate to commit to something on the 6th and then all of a sudden get called out on the 6th.
Yeah, if anything ever changes, don't hesitate to let us know. I will gladly let you.
Normally I can make the time, it's not a problem because I set my schedules anyway. But they've got me flying to South Carolina to open a market, so.
Understood. But if anything ever changes, yeah, don't hesitate to let me know, and we can totally bring it up to a vote.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to get emails from.
Yep, you're welcome.
Wow.
Go ahead.
All right, and then the next order of business is other business. So any other business from board members?
None.
None.
All right, the next order of business is adjournment. Our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be held Thursday, April 10th, 2025 in these chambers. That said, I make a motion for adjournment at 9:15 p.m.
A second.
Ms. Barilla, I'm so used to you doing it now. Ms. Barilla, can I get a roll call vote?
Member Bolianitz,
Approved.
Member Budinaro,
Approved.
Member Calderon,
Approved.
Member Weimark.
Approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Have a great night, y'all.